Let's humble our souls for a word of prayer. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for the far we've come with this program. We thank you for this morning, and we thank you for each and everyone present today. Father, we present each and everyone present, the presentations, the discussions in your hands. May it move successfully, and may it be for the good and glory of the country and our community. Through Christ our Lord we pray. Amen.
Great, thank you very much. Amidst us, we have a computer scientist, and those of us who are aware about the theme or the core sub-theme for today, we know it cannot be separated from what computer scientists do. So we have the Dean of the School of Computer Science and Information Tech with us here, and he will be giving us the official opening for this before Dr. Takes over. Dean, you're most welcome. Dr. Sebugwao.
Thank you, Dr. Savannah, for this opportunity. So, fellow participants, allow me to welcome you to this last leg of our journey that started on Tuesday. And today, I believe we are completing it, and if God willing, successfully. Now, allow me, colleagues, to draw your attention to two issues that appear in the theme that was selected by the organizing committee of the Competitive Research Grants Dissemination Conference and also the STEAM Festival 2026. Now, in this theme, I picked two words. One is AI, and the other one is competence-based education and training. Now, I did look at the different sub-themes and also the different outputs from this conference. But I just wondered why the organizing committee decided to concentrate on each of these sub-themes with these two words, AI and also CBET, or the competence-based education training. Now, all of us do realize that early this year, I think we received a circular from the Minister of Education, Mama Janet Kataham 7, instructing all higher education institutions to review all their curricula and make them to be competency-based. Now, this must be implemented before the academic year 2027-2028. And we also got many circular from our regulatory body, which is the National Council for Higher Education, emphasizing the need of incorporating competences within our curricula. Now, starting with the first theme, which is AI, all of us agree that AI is here to stay, and we cannot run away from it. Now, allow me, before I talk about this issue of AI, to just quote something from a 2024 Physics Nobel Prize recipient, Professor Geoffrey Hinton. Professor Geoffrey Hinton noted that the new form of AI that uses neural networks to learn how to solve difficult and complex computational problems excels in modeling human intuition and also human reasoning. So, this new form of AI will enable us to use human intelligence and also intelligent agents that have been developed using AI to solve these computational problems. And if it is properly harnessed, then it will go a long way in helping us to solve societal problems. However, it is also noted that AI comes with many risks or challenges. And if we look at our setting, the educational setting, this is where we have to be a little bit careful. So we needed to incorporate AI within our different curricula in a higher education institutions. But how are we going to do this? Yes, we know that AI offers a number of benefits, but how are we going to mitigate these risks associated with it? Now, if you again look at one of the objectives of this conference and also the STEAM Festival, we noted that we want to explore how AI can be incorporated within the university teaching, research, innovation, and also graduate training. Now, if we just look at how to incorporate AI in teaching, research, innovation, and also graduate training, this is where we can start to think about the different challenges and the risks. Yes, we are going competency-based. Time is going to come when, once we have reviewed all our different programs and the curricula, we let the student to drive their learning. So the lecturer this time is just going to be there as a guide, moderating the different methods of learning that the student is using. But now look at where you have given an assignment to a student, and the student has got AI, has got a phone with AI-enabled activities or enabled tools. So how are we going to monitor the risk that AI is not going to generate all the answers to this student? Now, that is the challenge we are talking about. Yes, we want to incorporate it into our teaching and learning, but there is that risk. Then there is also another risk that is associated with the integration of AI in our education, teaching, and learning. Again, another example that maybe I can cite is where we look at masters and the PhDs. I think we have already started getting reports that master students and PhD students are generating their content using AI. We have got a tool called Gen AI and also ChatBGT, if you have heard about these tools. So you just generate your content, and you have got a whole chapter in your thesis, in your dissertation. So are we going to accept this? So that is why here we are also talking about ethical AI. How can we use AI ethically to mitigate all these challenges? So later on, we are going to have, I think, a nice presentation in our second session that is going to look at how AI and the CBET, or the Competency-Based Education Training, reforms in universities, looking at the policy, practice, and industry, and also alignment with the industry, can be done. And this is the presentation that will be given by, I think, an expert, Mr. Marvin Galiwango, and the colleagues. So this is going to open our eyes. How to use AI in our competence-based education training and learning. But as we shall later on maybe listen to that presentation from Mr. Marvin Galiwango about AI and CBT reforms in higher education institutions, informing policy and also practice and industry, we must not lose track of mainly the risks associated with the artificial intelligence. So like that quote I've given you, once it is properly harnessed, it offers a number of benefits, but we still have those challenges. So colleagues, I don't want to take a lot of time, so let me stop here for my opening remarks. And thank you so much once again, Dr. Savannah.
Thank you very much. You can see that he knows where we are going. And I am hoping that you are as curious as I am with the experts that we have in the room. Dr. Kajera, please welcome. So Dr. Kajera is leading us in a very short session, which is the last part of the Competitive Research Grant Dissemination Conference. I don't know how much time he will give his team. Let's see how we practice science communication in this place. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Savo, for this great introduction. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, researchers, and students around. As we draw this important gathering to a close, today's program is designed to bridge research with high-level policy, as Professor has already elaborated. Our discussions remain anchored on our core sub-theme, artificial intelligence and competence-based education and training reforms in higher education institutions, policy, practices, and industry alignment. To ensure a productive day, I encourage everyone to engage actively while being mindful of our schedule. Without wasting time, we begin our session with the first speaker. And the first speaker will be you know, it's a bit complicated when these researchers don't disclose their titles. I don't know why. And I've seen this in Kyambogo. When you're a doctor, please put there your title. If you're a sir, relax. If you're a madam, relax. There is time. You'll reach there. But disclose your titles. So we have Madame Veronica Faith Nwamanya, presenting on digital transformation in education, co-creating institutionally driven innovations in Uganda's TVET system. Madame Veronica, take the stage. You have 8 minutes, strictly.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm still a madam. My name is Veronica Faith Nwamanya. I'm a student here pursuing a postgraduate diploma in educational management and leadership, but I'm also here to represent my colleagues who we worked with on this project. That is NGO Mondo, Estonia. We also worked with Kyambogo University, School of Education, as well as Tallinn University, School of Digital Technologies. And this project was funded by the SDEV. The title of our project was Digital Transformation in Education, Co-creating Institutionally Driven Innovations in Uganda's TVET system. This project was implemented from August 2024 to July 2025. Why this project? One is TVET institutions in Uganda face several challenges in integrating digital technologies. those are the technologies that use computer to be able to do work. And not only infrastructure gaps, that is not just the lack of computers, lack of smartphones, lack of internet, but also limited teacher digital competencies, a weak pedagogical use of ICT, low institutional readiness for digital transformation, as well as a gap between national ICT policies and classroom practice. Yes, the policies are there, but they are not being integrated into classroom practice in many TVET institutions. So this results into graduates being underprepared for a digital labor market. We all know that TVET institutions produce graduates who are able to do several skills in engineering, plumbing, and many other skills. So the problem we found in the TVET institutions, to name the TVET institutions, we had Nakawa Vocational Training College Institute, we had Lugogo Vocational Training Institute, St. Joseph Vocational Training Institute, Chisubi, Gombe Polytechnic, as well as Ntinda VTI. The problems we found here were that teachers lack confidence and practical ICT skills. They lack the digital tools. The digital tools could be there, but they are underused in teaching and learning. Then also institutions lack structured digital transformation approaches, as well as the innovation efforts are fragmented and unsustainable. So many departments are doing as they find fit to be able to use these digital tools and innovation. The objectives of the project were to strengthen digital competencies of the TVET educators, promote pedagogical integration of ICT in teaching, build capacity for institutional digital transformation, empower teachers as change agents, and as well as improve student readiness for the digital labor market. The TVET students have to go out there and be able to integrate digital tools into what they are doing. We know the engineers nowadays, they need to use certain digital tools to be able to analyze the several issues that are affecting a car or any other equipment that has been brought to them. So our approach was a holistic one, and we also looked at ensuring that practice is done. One is we had a digital skills training that was contextualized for TVET institutions. Then we had pedagogical integration of ICT tools. We had pedagogical experts working on the team with us. Then institutional change management support. We had the principals and all the administrators in these institutions also working with us to bring change in these institutions. Then we also had micro-teaching and applied learning. That is teaching in small groups, and then the tutors were then able to go ahead and train the classrooms after perfecting their teaching using the digital tools. Then we also had ongoing mentoring and peer learning. We had several sessions to mentor the instructors that we worked with so they could be able to go and integrate this change in their institutions. Then the key activities included training on Google Workspace. Those are several tools such as Google Meet, Google Sheets, and other EdTech tools. Development of ICT integrated lesson plans, micro-teaching lessons, digital readiness and strategy alignment, continuous mentoring and feedback, peer learning, and communities of practice. The findings from this training, specifically in line with tool usage, we saw 100% adoption of Google Docs use of Google Sheets and Google Slides, as well as the use of Google Meet and Google Search. So they are able to use these tools 100%. Then we also saw a shift from basic use of digital tools to active teaching and learning use. 96.3% of the participants were able to create presentations and documents, as well as 92.6% were able to create quizzes, forms to assess their students. And then also 74.1% were able to use spreadsheets for different data. Then in line with the competencies and confidence, we saw that from the pre-assessment and the post-assessments that we did, ICT tool usage, we had a shift from 7.4% to 81.5%. And then online collaboration, that is participants being able to work with others online and not physically, we saw that 74%, there was a shift from there to 81.5%. And then AI tool usage, we saw a shift from 44.4% in the pre-assessment to 88.9% in the post-assessment. Then the ability of the instructors to drive change in their institutions increased from 33.3% to 88.9%. And the ability to critically analyze online information that they receive, that they use, that they access on different AI platforms and different sites. We saw a shift from 18.5% to 77.8%. So the overall confidence of the instructors in leading change increased significantly from 29.6% to 70.4%. The key lessons from this project, we agree that hands-on training and contextualized training for institutions leads to rapid skill development. We saw this happening in all these 5 TVET institutions. Then also combining these 3, that is the skills, pedagogy, as well as change agency is critical as we are implementing different projects and driving change. Then teachers can become innovators and not just users. They have the ability to innovate and bring change within their environments. Then mentoring ensures sustainability and real application. This we did, and we saw that there was sustainability of the use of the skills that were trained. The strategic implications from this project, we have specifically in line with Kyambogo University. One is Kyambogo University can be able to do more research in ICT in education. And then also there is Kyambogo University can drive improved teacher training through the use of digital skills. Then also the project that we did was in line with the curriculum, so it is relevant to the current curriculum that is being implemented in higher institutions of learning. Then also better graduate employability, because if TVET graduates are able to go out there and apply these skills in this digital era, it places them at a higher position to be employed. Then also Kyambogo University could become a digital TVET leader of other institutions here in Uganda and across borders. Then also this project increases visibility for Kyambogo University here in Uganda, in Estonia, where we had partners that we worked with, but also globally. And then also it increases opportunities for funding other projects that are in line with this, as well as international partnerships with different. And then I would like to conclude digital transformation requires more than tools. It requires competent teachers. It requires strong pedagogy. It requires institutional support. This institutions should be there to support the change, and these can be able to drive sustainable change in TVET institutions. I would like to give our appreciation to SDEV that funded this project, but also to the people of Estonia whose taxes were able to provide funds for this project. And then a big thank you from us, that is Mondo, Tallinn University School of Digital Technologies, Kyambogo University School of Education, to you all for being a part of this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Veronica, for this insightful presentation. Next, we will hear a presentation by Engineer Chibirige on investigating physical and chemical properties of compost soils in slum areas of Kampala, Mukono, and Wakiso districts. Engineer, the floor is yours. 8 minutes. Engineer Charles. The pressure was too much, so I think let's go now on to the third speaker. Is Engineer Charles Chibirige around, please? So let us go to our third speaker. Our third speaker will be Mr. Tunde Emmanuel, presenting on utilizing resistant rootstocks for the management of tomato bacteria wilt. Mr. Tunde Emmanuel, this is interesting. Okay, the rain may be jam, but this saves us time as well to hear to our panelists who have an interesting topic that everyone here is interested to listen to. Then the last speaker will present on mapping donor landscapes of Kyambogo University, enhancing funding opportunities and strategic partnerships. Name not disclosed. Also not around. Thank you for our solid Gumite presenter of the day, Madame Veronica. Thank you so much. We will now take a few brief questions for you, Madame Veronica, if you can take a seat here. And I'll allow only 3 questions for her. Thank you. Should be brief and concise. You raise up your hand, introduce yourself, and ask your question.
Thank you so much, Madam Veronica, for the wonderful presentation. I really made a small observation when it came to the statistics that you are presenting, and I would love you to draw a small clarification on the mathematics that was not mathematicking, or especially when it came to the percentages. There is a point whereby the first and second slot, you are talking about 70 something, and yet it was 7 point. And given that the importance of the topic that we are sharing about, it's really important that you draw more clarification on such an observation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Veronica, for the presentation. My name is Victor Iga from Department of Mathematics. I'm interested in knowing how the findings, how those increases in the competencies are measured, those percentages. What is the measure of those increases?
The last question. Oh, there is one here. Please.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wish to get some kind of guidance on what was the inclusion and exclusion criteria of the participants in the study. Thank you.
Madam Winnie, you can provide that microphone for convenience. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these questions. One observation about the statistics, probably this was a slip of the tongue, but the statistics were clearly displayed there, where we had 7.4 for the ICT tool use, and then online collaboration at also 7.4 in the pre-assessment, and that increased to 81.5%. Thank you. And then the next question, how the findings were measured. One is, before we did the training, we had a pre-assessment to assess the competencies of all the participants. We had 25 participants from all the 5 institutions, and these were instructors from different fields within those institutions, 5 from each institution. And we did a pre-assessment. This pre-assessment helped us to understand what they were able to do before we did the training. And then we did a post-assessment at the end of the training to understand what they were able to do after the training. And while we did these assessments, we really encouraged that the participants fill in the assessments with the correct information, not to show that they have really gained competencies when they haven't, but we emphasize that they fill in what is really on ground. So this is how we were able to capture these statistics. Then the third question was, what was the inclusion and exclusion criteria? One is we worked with the principals of these institutions, as well as the team from Kyambogo University, School of Education, because they are working hand in hand with all the TVET institutions across the country. And they were able to identify 5 instructors from each institution. These instructors were not selected depending on what they were able to do or not, but they were selected on availability, those who were able to attend the 10 days of training that we had at Nakawa Vocational Training College. And these were all, these were female and male. We did not have any gender discrimination during the training. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Thank you, Madam Veronica. you can now take on the seat.
Chair, as she goes,
Yes.
is there a chance to lobby the Estonian people to give you more money to scale this up to university?
Will you give Prof a microphone so that everyone can praise?
The results look so brilliant and promising. You know, pushing people's competence from 7% to excellent 80. So I'm really requesting that a lot of these Estonian people give us a little more money that you can scale up the efforts, cover your university, probably reach even what is next countrywide. How possible is that? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question, and I'm happy that our team from Estonia is watching this on YouTube. And this information will also go to our funders, the SDF, who funded this project. There are opportunities. I don't want to say that specifically for universities, but there are always polls that are published every year that we apply for. And we would be happy to extend this to other universities as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for that insightful question. That's why I always like you. You're like a prophet, always trying to look for something that takes our university to greater heights. And I think she should work on that. Thank you, Wayne. Thank you, Veronica. Now, we now transition to a major highlight of our program, the keynote series and panel discussions. This session explores how AI is shaping higher education and how our institutions can align with industry demands. It's my pleasure to invite Dr. Savo, who will invite our panelists and introduce them to the stage. Thank you, Doctor. Ono Dr. Savo aligumite, unshakable.
Thank you. I think before we get into the next session, we should do the STEAM dance and the STEAM song and refresh our minds for the next session. The team at the back, please excite us. And I will ask all of us to stand up if you can. Yeah, let's shake off the coldness so that the next session starts with a lot of warmth. And we know that Dean prophesied
21 to 23, 9 a.m. sharp.
Jason, can we do the other one? Can we do the next one?
This Kyambogo festival,
the Nigerian version.
Come see innovation. 21 to 23, we start at 9 o'clock. Don't miss the future. Kyambogo, non-stun. Kyambogo with it. 21 to 20 break. Now go no shop. Come see innovation. 21 to 23, we start at 9 o'clock. What is the future? Come on and stop. Science and tech, we bringing it live. Engineering, arts, feel the vibe. our climate, I just so clean. The future is now at the steam scene. Students, people come one time.
I almost said hallelujah. Yes, I think we are warm enough for this brain challenging session that we are getting in, looking at the marriage between CBT and AI. And so in our room this morning, we have a team of great people, and I can't wait to hear from them. Those of us from the teaching profession, if we have not met Mr. Sima, maybe we have had him online. He is the manager of secondary education department at NCDC. And we know that all these things of competence-based curriculum started with them. They have visited us in the previous STEAM festivals to demystify what competence-based curriculum is and what is expected of us, especially as trainers of the teachers who go to implement the CBC at secondary school. Now it has come to us. National Council has sent out a circular that university programs must also now be CBC, which has been labeled competence-based, now education and training. So I want us to welcome Mr. Sima to share and demystify, since we are in the spirit of demystifying science, technology, and innovation for community development. And we know that the brains behind what CBC has been in secondary school was actually to demystify science, technology, and innovation for community development. I hope his presentation is ready. ICT. As the technical team is helping us to load the presentations, I want to share my personal experience around CBET or CBC and AI. Those who have been through my classes, and I can see some of my students here, they know that since 2023, thereabout, it has been very hard for me to receive any written assignments. And the question at the back of my mind every other time I thought of giving such an assignment was, am I testing whether this student understood concepts or whether this student can do research, or I'm actually evaluating ChatGPT versus Copilot versus Meta AI versus Gemini, name it. And I tried it once to see, and I told my students, you are free to use AI, but make sure that when you have done whatever you have done with it, own your work. Let me see you speaking in that space. And trust me, previously, you would have 2 students do assignments and others copy from those 2 students. Now this time, interestingly, students just copy the question as is and paste in some AI tool. Mr. Galiwango will be taking us through some of those things, how even these tools think and are able to synthesize information from the data and bring us feedback. And you find almost the whole class has similar work. It may not be exact, of course, because the algorithms are probabilistic in nature. Don't worry about that language. The other corner understands it. But I stopped. And now Mr. Sima wants us to do competencies. My question is, whose competencies? Are we looking at what students can do anymore, or we are looking at their ability to prompt these tools and get information? Maybe that's the only competence we are looking for. I don't know. So I'm hoping that you'll demystify this for me. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Savannah. My name is Gilbert Gift Sima. I have been introduced already as the manager for secondary department at the National Curriculum Development Center, a place I have been working for the last 16 years. If we had departments, I am due for transfer. And I am very glad to be here this morning to share with you the little that I know, such that together we can combine our little pieces and come up with something tangible that can drive our education sector forward in the right direction. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Being in the neighborhood does not mean that you get automatic invitation. So I am glad to have been invited. Yes, we are talking about CBE and AI. But I'm going to narrow a bit to something to do with implementation of competence-based curriculum at universities, and then also we see how AI comes in during the process, because what Dr. Savannah was talking about, she's actually implementing her mathematical models, trying to make sure people are doing the right thing, but when you get the whole question and type it in AI, it doesn't mean that you have actually acquired the competency. And let's see how that goes. First of all, it is important to know what university education is all about. There are aims and objectives of secondary education, aims and objectives of primary education, but when you come to university, it's a different level for different reasons. And one of the reasons is knowledge creation. What Veronica has just presented, she's trying out some research. She's researching on a number of things. And at university, I don't think at Kyambogo University people graduate before they do some kind of research. So people create knowledge at universities where they engage in experiments, in inquiries, and they come to relate that knowledge to whatever is happening, the situations around them. But also there is knowledge transmission, whereby we are sharing with students, actually it's not only with the students, there is sharing in between the lecturers, sharing between lecturers and the students, and then sharing between the institution and even the community or society. So it does not end there. The sharing of knowledge does not end in the classroom. It goes beyond the classroom. And then when you look at knowledge application, all this knowledge that we have acquired is useless if we cannot apply it, if we cannot make use of it in our immediate societies. And that happens at university education. we are looking at a time, or we are living at a time when AI is available everywhere. Actually, when you use ChatGPT, they tell you if you subscribe, you'll get a better version. Not so? Then when you subscribe to that, and then they tell you, no. Now, there is this other one. If you use Copilot, you will be able to get this better. You'll be able to generate images of this nature. But if you use Gen AI, but also if you use Gemi, if you use it's too much. But at the end of the day, you ask yourself, I have used ChatGPT, I have answered the question, so what? And that is the question that we need to answer as we go through this. Then, let me talk about competency-based education briefly. You didn't tell me how much time I have, but I think in the next 15 minutes we should be done, and then we go to the discussion. Competence-based education, in Uganda it is new, but this has been around for very many years, as we are yet to see. Competency-based education is all about what is the learner able to do with the knowledge they have acquired, in brief. I was interacting with some friends of mine. I was about to call them land friends, then I remembered that there could be lawyers here who are going to protest. So the time I was interacting with them, they said, competence-based education, if it is about what I can do with the knowledge I have acquired, then what do we say of a professor in mechanical engineering who takes his car to the garage to be worked on by someone who did not reach secondary school? When you look at competence-based education, does the professor have the knowledge on how the car works? Does the professor know the systems that are working on that engine and so on? He can even explain them to you. But is he able to attend to a malfunction? Maybe yes, maybe no, isn't it? But the whole thing is the system that we have grown up in does not look at it as something that is worth doing for a professor of mechanical engineering to fix, isn't it? It's not that the professor doesn't know what is happening, but what happens in real life is the society we live in has put the professor at a certain level that if they found you as the professor trying to fix your own car, they'll think there is something greatly wrong with you. Not so. And because of that, the professor finds it simpler and easier to take the car to the garage to be fixed by that person for purposes of maintaining social status. And in so doing, we have not taken time to make use of our knowledge acquired into practical experiences that enable us solve a number of situations that we find ourselves in. So, competence-based education is all about applying learning outcomes in practical, real-life situations. And that is not the kind of education that we are used to. That's why it has proved to be very uncomfortable for us to change to this one, because we are used to the other one for so long. This competence-based education, like I said, emerged as a result of competition. How many of us have our phones and our phones have data on them now in this room? We have the phones, they have data on them. I want us to put them to use now. Isn't it? I'm giving you a minute to search about that is displaying on the screen. And I'm going to request someone who has the microphone to move around and let these people share with us what their AI is telling them. Feel free even to consult AI, not so? Feel free. Consult AI, put in that, and let me qualify it further and say, how has that, I don't know how to pronounce what it's Sputnik, I don't, whatever it is, how it has influenced or how it influenced education. We are talking about the year 1957. Anyone ready? Because AI does not waste us. Google, you might not, you got AI mode if you're on Google. You will get it faster. Yes, there is a hand there already.
Okay. Well, according to ChatGPT,
yes,
it says it was the world's first artificial satellite.
Yes.
Launched by the Soviet Union on October 4th, 1957. It marked the beginning of the space race between the Soviet Union and the United States.
Thank you very much. Something about education? Is there any impact on education thereafter?
No, I hadn't asked for that specific one.
So someone
maybe somebody else
who asked for, yes, doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Sima. This is about the Sputnik shock. Before 1957,
yes,
American education was largely focused on life adjustment education, a philosophy emphasizing vocational skills and social grace. When the 184-pound silver sphere began beeping from orbit, it signaled that the USA had lost its lead in technology and defense. The blame fell squarely on the classroom.
Did you hear that? The blame fell square on
the classroom.
On the classroom. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Maybe why did the blame fall square on the classroom? If we can take that into, if we can take it further. You realize my keynote is a bit interactive. Sorry, I'm sure this is not the way you're used to some of these things. But why? Why did it fall square on the classroom? We are still using our AI. Anyone else there?
This is Google AI.
Yes.
It says that it forced massive investments in STEAM, in bracket science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, heavily increasing funding for curriculum reforms, teacher training, and science lab equipment through the National Defense Education Act of 1958. Curriculum overwhelmed. Schools shifted from tradition, descriptive science, or fundamentals, theoretical practices.
I'm sure you heard that. Schools shifted from theoretical, fundamental practices to what? Now, the emphasis, let me save us some more time. Are we together? When that happened, the background was the United States knew that they were a very big superpower. But they were surprised that the Russians got to space before them. So what happened then was that they said that we cannot be the United States. And we become inferior to USSR. they called upon their educationists. They said, can you also put something to space? We need to have something going up in space. Why? Because this satellite that was sent in space, the Russians were able to get radio signals, take pictures, and get to know what is happening around the Earth. This was even before they started thinking about the moon and others. So because of that, the Americans could not see themselves inferior. That's how they created NASA. Immediately after that, one of the effects was the creation of NASA. Up to now it is there. And because of that, they also started something to do with space science. And because of that, they started heavy investment in STEM. Science, technology, and innovation. And it attracted a lot of criticism on education that was not enabling them to do whatever they wanted to do. I hope that makes sense. Because the Americans were saying, we want to send something also to space. We cannot keep lagging behind. And they called upon their people, their educationists. I want to imagine that some of them were professors. And they tried to send something to them, to space. And it failed miserably. I think it was either 58 or 59, shortly after that. And that attracted a lot of criticism on education sector, saying, what kind of education is this that you're giving us that cannot enable us do what we want to do? And that was the birth of competence-based education. The education that requires the learner to put into practice, that emphasizes what the learner can do with the knowledge acquired. So because of that, this is just in brief what I've just talked about. Okay? The competition I've talked about, the labor market gap I've talked about. Doctor was telling us that he wants people to own their work. I've talked about it in other words. Public dissatisfaction. People were not happy that actually we could have all these educated people and they cannot take something to space. And actually the biggest question was, what is it that the Russians are doing that we are not doing? And there was no answer. So because of that, I want to leave history at that point, because competence-based naturally is integrative in nature. Away from history, let's look at the principles that guided this education. So competence-based education is more to do with mastery. Then you progress. You do not progress when you have not mastered the skills. And when you look at curriculum at university level, it is arranged more or less in this kind of fashion. But we have some cases where retakes come when you have already progressed, isn't it? But as far as competence-based education, you first become competent at level 1 before you go to level 2. And also, you look at learner-centeredness. Learner-centeredness in a sense that students take greater responsibility for their own learning. You do not heavily rely on the lecturer to learn. Integration of knowledge, skills, and attitudes. It is more to do with, for example, I imagine all of us washed our faces this morning before coming here. Not so. It is as simple as washing the face with soap. But the person who made that soap needed a chemist. Not so. Needed a mathematician. needed a person of humanities to deal with the managing the skin and other things. Not so? But also you needed a marketeer to market that soap. Now the reason why some of our enterprises fail in a very short time is because I am a mathematician. By the way, my background is mathematics, physics. I am a mathematician. I want to do my own marketing. I want to do my own branding. I want to do my own legal representation. I want to do my own market survey. You get the idea? And you don't know where all this starts from. It starts from as early as P1, when you are told, cover your work. Because those are the values that we cherish and come up with. You are told right from P1, don't share, please cover. But when you get to work, you have no work to cover. And because you have no work to cover, you're supposed to interact with people, and then you become a misfit at the place of work. Because the values that you cherish of covering your work do not apply at the place of work. I'm talking about implementation of competence-based curriculum. Meaning that if we are to deal with covering your work syndrome, we need to get to a point of saying, here is my work. How can I improve it? What contribution? Do you think I'm making a mistake or what? Is it working? Can it work in this place? What about there? Do you know that we have a number of people, from the time circles started, people who choose not to join a circle because my money is my money. Not knowing that actually when we put our money together, it is more and we get more benefit. But how many of us, unfortunately, this is not the best example to give, but let me give it at this time because I think it makes sense. Professor has a stall here selling tomatoes, isn't it? When I realized that he's earning from selling tomatoes, Dr. Savannah also brings a store for selling tomatoes next to professors, isn't it? Then Professor Chazik also comes with another store for selling tomatoes. Are we together? So you find that you have a line of 5 people, even me, I'll come with mine and put it there. At the end of the day, we are sharing the what? Instead of coming up with one idea, saying, now, this thing, how can we build it together? All that comes from covering your work at P1, and you come with it all through. But why can't we learn a lesson from the Indians? Did you know that Indians don't have money? But what they do, you bring your money, what percentage, this percentage, what percentage, what percentage. We open up a very big supermarket. And every time we sell, we share the dividends. Are they not doing better than us who cover our work? Isn't that a bit of a competence-based? Assessment is more focused on the ability to perform the tasks, solve complex problems in society. It's not about, do you remember Schrodinger's equation? No. I'm going to give another example in physics later. But you find that our biggest challenge is to do with sole, they call it sole proprietorship in business. We want to fly solo. We want to fly alone. And that way, it has affected our education system. Flexible. You find that my idea, because I did it alone, I have to die with it. I am not flexible when the market changes, when situations change. By the way, did you realize that we learned a lot of skills from COVID? All of a sudden, people were sharing, this hub works, this one, this one is here. All because we were under pressure to get things done. Now, I had planned to come and do a demonstration of a simple competence-based lesson. But in my packing, I think I forgot a very, very simple piece of apparatus. That is just a wire. But I'm going to just do it to just show you. And I'm sure we have a number of mathematicians and physicists in the room. This is my dry cell, isn't it? This is a magnet, and this is a screwdriver. So what I do is that I'll put the magnet at the bottom of the dry cell, okay? Put okay, don't mind how it points. I put my nail at the bottom, and then at the end of the day, I'm going to have this connected in such a way that I do, let me do it like this. Okay? People who did physics now, you're already imagining what is happening here. Not so? What do I have at the bottom here? A magnet. And what is this magnet adding to this connection? There is something around here. Because the missing bit was to connect from the top of the dry cell and connect to the magnet. It's the only missing piece. So what would happen if I did that? Anyone with an idea? That means you left that physics in the classroom. And that means that you did it theoretically, not practically. That's why you cannot say what happens. But if I can explain the little physics, this is a dry cell. It produces current. Not so? And this is a magnet. It produces the magnetic field. So when I make a connection to have current move from the positive towards the magnetic field, I am going to create a torque. A torque in such a way that it is going to cause this nail to rotate. And we even added on to that and said Fleming's left-hand rule, right-hand rule, thumb rule. Not so? We talked about those things even as early as senior 3. And the topic is electromagnetism. Because there is a magnetic field here, and when there is a magnetic field and a source of current, it creates a rotation. That is the demonstration I wanted to do for us. And that demonstration, as simple as it is, what happened to my slideshow? There must have been another reason before we get to malice. Okay. So, the issue is Mister. Okay, I think now we are there. Okay, first sort yourself out, then I'll progress. So the issue is, we are talking about an interaction between the electric field and the magnetic field, which causes a torque. And that simple science, all of us have studied it. But the question is, what are we able to do with it? Is there anyone who has benefited from that? Yeah, I think that's okay. Now I think we are ready to go. Thank you. I'll get there. Now, what happens is that with that demonstration, Fleming's left-hand rule ideally leads to the making of motors. Do we need motors in Uganda? How many motors have you made at Kyambogo University? Now, Fleming's right-hand rule leads to the formation of generators. How many generators have you made at Kyambogo University? They are coming after this address. So, what ideally, when it comes to implementation of competence-based curriculum in such a circumstance, it is as simple as the lecturer, I come and organize a learning experience, and then I take you through, like I have just demonstrated. Then I'm going to give you a task to go and get. This is very simple equipment that I've used, demonstrate. And it is demonstrating a very complex principle. Then, based on this lesson, learners can be tasked to design and make a motor or a simple generator using locally available materials. And then they do it practically. They come and demonstrate how their motor works or does not work. A problem with us is we think that everything we do must work. During the learning process, there are cases where it does not work, but you learn from it. Okay? So after doing this, if a person studied it like this, I'm sure many years later, someone comes and says, tell me what would happen. You would automatically explain what happens. But because we wrote notes, revised them, passed exams, that season ended, now we cannot remember, and we want to buy a generator manufactured from somewhere. We want to buy a motor. Don't we need motors for running irrigation systems and so on and so forth? It is possible to have them done here. And this is the challenge that the United States was facing when the Russians found themselves in space. Now, that calls for a major shift, especially on the side of the lecturers. A major shift in a sense that for us to transform the education system to competence-based, and you're talking about implementation. For example, didn't I give you a chance to use your AI? Were you able to explain my experience with your AI? No. Were you able to come up with a generator with your AI? No. Use AI for knowledge acquisition, information access. You're doing well. But converting that into a practical solution needs your personal involvement. So the lecturer will be required to design learning experiences, shift from delivering information, just coming and then you have your notes and you share, this is what happened in 1957, it was led by this and this. Yes, that is a story told by people called a legend, and it will end there. And we shall not have education transformed. Then, where students can explore concepts, practical experiences, technology and modeling. Technology will be part of the solution, but it is not the solution. And then I go to, for us at NCDC, I'm not going to explain this so much. We are saying that the learning needs to be experiential. For example, here I have demonstrated, not so? But under normal circumstances, for the best results, I need to allow the students to go and experience it. And we are putting it, we adopted the Kolb's experiential learning theory, which we've taken to secondary schools, and we are saying that allow learners to first get a feeling of what it is. Like what I have shared, you've just gotten a feeling. That's all. In other words, after here, you're supposed to take it further and practice. Then have some bit of reflective observation, watching. Let them watch it again when it is happening. And get some moment to think abstract conceptualization. And as you do abstract conceptualization, you can do abstract conceptualization, for example, by saying, if I increase the strength of the magnet, what happens? If I increase the current, what happens? Okay, what if I reverse the connection? What happens? Do you realize the many, many things that are happening? How much time would it take you to teach all that? Because the moment you do a simple, they call it stimulus, break the ice, and allow people to go and try it out, you will be amazed at how much they will learn from that stimulus. Then active experimentation, that's where now they go and do. Then they come and demonstrate to us here in the lecture room. Not everything, as far as CBC is concerned, or CBE is concerned, if you want everything experienced in the classroom, I'm sorry. Such that when they come, you have that kind of interaction. You have an activity which you gave them at the beginning, and in that activity, you have the learner sharing with the teacher, the learner sharing with the learner, you are having discussions, you are having interactions. At this point, you realize there is no covering your work. It is not there. So after these interactions, you're getting feedback, you're getting support, you're getting clarification, and you'll be good to go. I think it's high time I concluded. In conclusion, we are preparing learners for the future. We are not preparing them to pass exams. We are not preparing them to get degrees. We are preparing them for the future. And if we are to prepare them for the future, the kind of future that we are looking at requires them to put into practice what they have learned. If they can't put it into practice, we have robbed them of the future. The educationists know that John Dewey said that many, many years ago. So we are saying that let learners be part of experiencing the learning, the experiential learning, whereby they get the factual knowledge. We are not saying that knowledge is obsolete. Knowledge is current. Knowledge. So let them get the factual knowledge. They need to get the useful or relevant skills to work on that knowledge, but also they need the acceptable behavior. And that's what a competency, those are the three major pillars of any competency. It has the knowledge to be acquired, the skills to be developed, and the behavior that you need to put those skills and knowledge into practice. And then, my second bit is, as a university, higher institution of learning, we need to work towards integrating community-based training, not only staying here. Remember, from the first slide, one of the things we had was you're supposed to attend to community challenges. Solutions are there in the community. So if you're able to get a very good degree here, and at the end of it all you're not able to attend to the challenges in the community, there is something lacking. We need to give more time to things like industrial training, more vigilance training from the community. I don't know what this university is going to pay me with, but everywhere I go, especially at higher institutions of learning, I talk about them. There is a university in Uganda that has changed the way they train their business courses. There is a nearby town next to the university, so students are supposed to attend one lecture in the lecture room, 2 lectures in the trading center. What are they doing? In that trading center, if it is a business course, you're going to go and Mama Naka, who is selling tomatoes, isn't it? You understand how her business works. Where does she get tomatoes from? How is this business making profit? How is she sustaining it? And then, as you don't go there to collect data. You go there and you're part of the business. You also measure tomatoes, and how the lecturer marks you, you share videos of yourself measuring tomatoes, measuring kilograms of beans. You can imagine some of your children who have never stepped in a market, how they would measure beans. Making chapati and making sure that you sell that chapati to those that are passing by. And at the end of the day, those who come to that class not knowing how to measure beans, how to measure a kilogram of beans, by 3rd year, they are excellent. By 3rd year, they are not only able to measure the beans, but they are able to tell you this business works like this. If you're to scale it up, this is what is lacking, because they are trying to integrate the knowledge they get from the lecture room with what is actually happening on ground. And that is the actual CBC. And I don't know whether AI will help you measure beans. But you realize that as far as education is concerned, AI is just a small component. So let's not rely on AI. Let's actually do education the way it is supposed to be done. And finally, we are living at a time that is referred to as knowledge society, service economy. Knowledge society in a sense that knowledge is a resource, isn't it? And one of the things you can do with knowledge is provide services to society. So if the knowledge you have acquired is not helping you to provide services to society, there is something you need to attend to. Thank you very much.
A big hand clap for Mr. Sima. I think some of our many questions must have been answered, and wow. I hope if you are my student here and I ask you to take a video of yourself, please. I have had challenges I've been telling them. Of course, usually I tell them that when they do that, it helps me. I'm able even to mark their assignments when I'm in my bed, because I can have my phone and watch the video while under the blanket. But as you can see, it is not only for me. It is actually can be used for you. And some of them have celebrated seeing themselves talk and dancing with no music, and they realize, hey, you mean every time I stand before people I start dancing without knowing? So you are able actually to make yourself better, even by seeing yourself defend a concept that you have researched about. Our next speaker is a machine learning and intelligent systems engineer. He's an AI researcher at Makerere University and a digital education practitioner at MasterCard Foundation Digital Education Practitioner Network. For Marvin, I have had an opportunity to attend twice on using AI for research and teaching, and I can assure you we have a great person before us. Mr. Kaliwango, you are free to keep there or to come this side if you want to. his slides, please. As we wait for his slides, was one of these 3 questions that in this era of AI, what does it mean to teach? What does it mean to learn? And what does it mean to know? Cue some of those why questions. It is because I'm still battling with these questions. What does it really mean to teach? What does it really mean to learn? And what does it really mean to know in the advent of AI? And he's among those who have designed some of these things. So over to you, Marvin.
Good morning, team. Is it even morning? Yeah, good morning, team. Yeah, all protocol observed. I had not prepared slides, but I had to do something very quick here. Yeah, because using AI, because really, truth be told, I am not a very good slides person, but because I teach people how to use AI to make slides, including my students, I tend to tell them that like and I also tend to speak Luganda sometimes when I'm trying to deliver concepts, please. And it should be okay. It should be okay. I'm not asking for permission. It should be okay. Yeah. So first of all, I want to thank Kyambogo University for that ramp there. At least it's the first time I've met a university where there is a ramp to what could call this, the podium. That's a plus. Kyambogo is doing really well. I also thank people for the song. I wish to know who composed that song. You see, I love music so much, but the only thing I can able to sing is the Uganda national anthem. But we are good. The song for STEAM, that's a good one. It's really a good one. And this is where I begin by asking a question. Was it done by students? Was it done by students? Yes. Okay. It's a collaboration. Now, you see, members, that's where we begin from. What if it was the students who had done it as part of the coursework? That's basically you give them marks. Do you see it? That would be very, very interesting. Because you do these things, people have brains and they do a lot of things. And I'll begin by telling you that if you refuse to understand the role of AI in co-creating learning environments, keyword here is co-creating learning environments. You have 2 options left. 1, you can curse. You can curse. 2, you can pray. Kanone curse or pray. Osolo kolima. Kale mama, bakwesa AI. You can lament, of course. And or you can pray about it, but still that doesn't solve anything. So you have to understand the role of this. And that's why I begin, where do I project this thing? Like that? To make the slides move. Do I do like that? Oh, where? My laptop? No. There. Okay, yeah. So it is working. And remember, that was not done by AI. I did it. Please clap for me. Yeah, so as I will begin with a question. You see, with this so-called generative AI era, what does it mean to know? Knowing. And I begin with a simple quote in Uganda. In Uganda, they say that okumanya n'okutegeera byawukana. I wish to move my microphone very fast. You tell me that in your traditional language. Okumanya n'okutegeera byawukana. Very fast. We can begin with you who's holding the microphone as well. Yes. Okumanya, members, in your botanical language.
Okumanya n'okuchenga tibirashwana.
Members, do you agree? Members, you can also reject if you don't agree. But do you agree? Good. The next person, a different language. Members, very fast. You who is holding the microphone, you tell us. Yeah, you tell us. It is okay. Okumanya n'okutegeera.
Okumanya n'okutegeera byenjawulo.
Okay, members, do you agree? Members, please, this is not church. Don't just agree. This is not church.
Do you agree? Okay, that's a good thing. Another person? Okumanya n'okutegeera byawukana.
This is Lusoga. Okumana n'okutegeera byawukana.
Thank you very much. Now, you see, members, I want to pose a question to you. And thank you so much for whoever has decided to share. I want to pose a question to you. Members, when you go to class as a student, do you desire to know? Do you desire to understand? That's the first thing. Secondly, as a teacher, do you train your people to know? Do you train your people to understand? As an assessor, you must know who assessors are. You know, people who examine you. Please don't look bad if your lecturer is near you. But that assessor, do they judge knowing or do they judge understanding? What do they judge for? As a curriculum developer, we are revising our curriculum, new curriculum, a CBC curriculum. Does the curriculum create environments where people are going to teach knowing or understanding? So these are questions you should always be asking yourselves on a daily basis. Then the second question, is there only one way of knowing? Is there only one way of judging knowledge? Is there only one way of judging understanding? What is disturbing people today is put away your calculator, put away the phone, you're panicking just for the cause of English deficiency. Allow me to say you're panicking for free. Because you see, the future is going to be such that you are not going to carry this phone. If anyone does disability studies here, you understand that we are doing what we call assistive technologies, and these are implants. Time is going to come whereby you pick your phone by just pressing a button on your head or on your hand, and you are going to be connected to the internet. What does it mean to you as a teacher? Must you understand what I'm trying to tell you here? So the things, don't carry this, don't bring an eye in the classroom, don't carry a calculator. Members, you have to understand that the future is going to be that you are going to be fully connected to the internet all the time. But then, what is education going to be like? And the second thing is going to be, what kind of student, what kind of output are you going to output? Are you going to output an excellent prompt engineer? I keep telling that people that nowadays, any fool can know. Any fool can know. For as long as you have access to the internet. Some people even sit at the border stage. Linda galiwanga je yabijja ku kitimba. You see, so and some nyoko say chitimba. I don't know whether people have been in the villages. Maybe you've been planned faculty, planned students, and blah blah blah. But for us, when you go back to the village, the border stage, they know oyemugezi work stage out. So when they come, they just go to the internet. So any fool can know. Do you know what the challenge is? The challenge to the teacher today is that knowledge has changed. You get, knowledge has really changed to the extent that you come to class as you're teaching, your students are using ChatGPT to verify what you are trying to teach. You get, you just want to kind of why should, aren't you confident? No, members, I may speak some things which may shake a table with people's expensive drinks. But there is a song nowadays which says that I'm pissed and have you heard of pavers? Exactly. So if you leave this whatever when you are so pissed, know that I move with my paver munsao. The thing is that I may shake, but this question should get back to you and you assess yourself. What is scaring me from bringing AI to the classroom? What is scaring me? What is scaring the teacher? And as a student, you have to ask yourself, really, when I use ChatGPT, do I know? Do I understand I'm a good prompt engineer? Because you get, you can leave the system. That is it. But is it worth it? You pay money for 3 years. 3 years. Nova system. And we keep saying, oh, we don't have jobs. We don't. Now, the issue of jobs, that's for another conversation. But I have to tell you that the AI tools we use here bring on a lot of things. But how many tools have you created as a person? Muzungira ku AI. Have you done yours? Have you done yours? So now you see, you are so much dependent. And the question is, if that be the case, you have to be able to ask yourself, who even defines what should be known? How is it defined? Is it what is right for you as a teacher? Is it what is right for the cohort of people you want to produce? What are we missing? Because today, everyone's going to give the same answer. Dr. Savannah here talked to, so initially, people could copy from one another, right? But when you tell them, please start presenting, someone stands up and their mind sits down. You know, they start having panic attacks. You see, Dr. Savannah is giving us panic attacks. I wish I did not sign up for mathematics, or I wish I knew. The students lament. You know, they lament. They always recite the book of Lamentations, but I always tell them that, you see, Makerere is a public university. Members, Sikwela Gamneche Chitufu. Kyambogo is a public university. Tewali yakuyita wano watu yagala genda. Watu yagala genda. Lwaki? Because for me, when I come to the classroom, there is a kind of student I want to output out there. A student that when I'm giving a recommendation letter to so and so, I'm not going to worry that I'm giving someone a prompt engineer. You understand? But how am I able to understand that I'm not actually giving someone a prompt engineer? I have to be able to design and look out for when I bring AI to the classroom, what is it that thing that is really lost? And I will use an example here. When I was still young, I used to tell people I wanted to be a soldier. And one day a teacher asked me, why do you want to be a soldier? And because you see there are these expectations. Why? Everyone said, I want to be a pilot because I want to be. When they asked me why I want to be a soldier, and I told them I want to carry a gun, they slapped my lungs out. And I was like, why should you beat me because I'm telling you that I want the gun? Why? My perception of the value of the gun is what they don't even focus on to understand. They expected me to say, because soldiers are smart. No, for me, I am not. I respect people who wear ties. It is okay. But for me, I tell you, I can't. Why? Because that is not me. Therefore, my reality is different. But if they had asked me like, why is it what is it so much with the gun? Because back then I was watching movies. People had authority. You talk to me, I point a gun in you, you give me money. Because it was really fun. You had power. Now, my perception of power back then, locally, depending on the environment that I was in, required that I should have a gun. They should have taught me better. Hey, Marvin, you see, there's another way of getting the power without necessarily having to carry a gun. You understand? But they did not even ask me for that. They slapped me. It's like people who slap colorless into kids' brains. A kid comes, okay, what is the color of water? Colorless. The kid cannot speak colorless. They cannot write it. They cannot comprehend it. No mukube mpe feed. I could slap colorless into the brains. But what if you just understand? Why is it that? Why is it this way? Why is it that they cannot even understand what color is? Ask them. Based on your learning environments, that is what we are losing with AI, and that's what I'm trying to explain. That's what we are losing. And hey, you see, what is the color of water? Sir, green. Because, and I'm talking about kids because I also have kids. I've taught mine. You know, like, okay, what's the color of water? Oh, that is today. The water is blue. Is it blue? Yeah, the water is blue. Tomorrow, no, we went to the village. We went to Jaja's place. Water was green. Water is green? Yes, water is green. Okay, that you are lying. Yesterday, for me, I saw the water was running. It was brown. Katigwe, you want to slap colorless into the kid's brain. Instead of taking this advantage to be able to explain, see the privilege of explaining physics. Reflection. That the color is going to be derivative. Water derives color from its environment. See the opportunity you have to teach physics, reflection, and reflection, and how color is created to this 3-year-old. And you're not waiting for when you do study. Was it senior 1, senior 2, senior whatever? But you're teaching to a 3-year-old. I say, hey, you see, water derives color from an object around it. which means when you put it in a green container, it's going to be green. Now, why? Why is it like that? Then you ask a question, okay, now, what else has no color? Oh, Daddy, I saw a mirror. The mirror also doesn't have color. It has, yes, that's an interesting thing. Now, you see the kid has been able to relate to what they see to understand the concept. For you are busy slapping colorless into the kid's brain. Why? You've not understood the context. And guess what AI does not give to you? Why most of the teachers are so pissed? Because they get generic flat stuff. Like, really, what is this thing? It seems to be the same for anyone. There's no knowledge in here. You just get pissed reading the same thing over and over and over again. The language seems, but then there's no content. You know, there is no content. Why? Because someone doesn't know how to design context. But when they're able to design context into what ChatGPT is going to give them, does that mean that they understand? Does that mean that they even know what is going on? That's the question you should be able to ask yourself. What we are losing with AI. First, before we move forward. Secondly, if you start asking yourself, what do they know? This shifts. Now, I've taken down that update and this thing, but there is a new phase that is coming. One, we used to have the information economy, where professors and teachers used to be the god of knowledge. You see, for me, I know. Because you're not a person who came from whatever university, you're not a person who has a textbook. Therefore, you said a very hard question. You see, a very hard question. And you believe that like really, the kids, they just want to understand. But you are focused on or you come, instead of giving them a calculator to save time, for the reasoning, you just be like, okay, no calculators, no what? Like, really, why? Why making education so hard? Because you're not becoming a gatekeeper of knowledge. And he talked about it here. Selfishness, which was taught from baby class, cover your work. Instead of collaborate, it becomes a problem. It becomes a problem. We have moved there from that on to the knowledge economy. And guess what? Okay, knowledge. From where? Today, students believe in what has been generated by AI so much that you ask them, like at least that's why I fear teaching undergraduate students, because really they can be, you can ask them, why? But sir, I got it from ChatGPT. ChatGPT told me. Now, I want you to really understand. Now, are you going to beat the kid for saying that ChatGPT gave it to me? Is it a bad thing in the first place? Is it a bad thing? Or is it because you feel threatened as a lecturer, as a teacher, that the kid seems to... Why? What if you just build on top of that? Okay, now that you know, tell me what you've understood. Okay, then how does it relate to this? You use AI to co-create learning environments. To co-create what? Learning environments. But you as an expert, you have the privilege to audit and be like, this bit is really missing in what this kid is saying. You are talking, she talked of Viva. I also do. I've never given it an exam ever since I started working at marketing. Never. No written exams. You come, produce, you record the video, and I have a gift. I watch stuff in quadruple speed. So I play the audio and I'm like, oh, I can see what you're saying. Thank you. Yeah, I actually got the presentation now live. Yango chikube, chikutulemu. Present chikutulemu and you start casting, I wish I knew. Like, but wait, you sent me a video where you are so perfect. Like, what about now? Is it because you're just reading from your script? Do you understand? Now, that is way much different from give me written essay. Because imagine you're having 200 students. You know, our universities here, you can have 150 students. You see, you've taken time, maybe about 3 hours to create for them an assignment. They use 2 minutes to generate for you, and you have to read 300. Of course, you are going to run mad for free as a teacher. For lack of better English. You understand? So it's really much better. You rethink the approaches you are going to be able to use to assess the students. Some of these are going to, please create a video. It is going to enforce them to kind of think of what they are doing. Can they be able to do better with that? So that gives a chance. Now, knowledge. Do they even know? Now the question comes to you, the teacher, because now knowledge has become a liquid. There is so much to know that even you, some of the teachers don't know everything. That's why Gary Wango Marvin, okay, I did security before I came into AI machine learning. I only know 2 things on earth. I know, okay, mathematics, of course, which is the foundation. I know security. And I also know machine learning. Networking, okay, because I'm not a master at that. You understand? But then there's just too much to know. Now, you are going to make the kids run mad. So, Galon comes, they teach this one, Nazunga. They teach that one, Nazungire. It's going to be like all over the place. Like, what is even going on in this case? Because just too much. You go to AI, you just get lost. Because the kids don't even have the mental muscle to even judge the output that has come. Is it really what I really need? Do I even understand it? So when you carry tools into the classroom and you have not guided, it becomes a problem. That's the part of knowing. And so, you as a teacher, do you even know how to assess the kids know the right stuff? Do they know what you want them to know? Now, do they understand what you want them to understand? Do they understand it correctly? I'll give a simple example. We are currently doing some research with some traditional healers, this is very interesting. You see, we go to Sabo. You know Sabo? Yeah, now that guy does not yet, we have not yet invoked our ancestors with him. But of course, I tell my students, course, we go to them, go to Prayer Mountain, invoke ancestors, do whatever is humanly possible for you to pass the course unit. But when we interacted with these people here, they're telling us, because the work is funded by Makerere University, like government of Uganda, for preservation of local knowledge. You get under, we're asking these people that, hey, there are lots of medicines, but people are dying. And they're telling us, ani abatumayo. Because someone paracetamol, dagala ya sente ya 12, osobola simba ekigaje waka n'omululuuza. Niho ozunga. Luachi. Like, the knowledge is just like, people have demonized whatever we're having. Omululuuza and chigaje, can able to give you sure. And that guy was trying to explain to us this thing, that, hey, did you even know that language, there are some things you cannot be able to express in language. For example, you know, Luganda is so rich. I'm going to give an example. Anyone to a microphone? Microphone. A microphone, members. You give to anyone. Now that one. Yes. Now you has been given, sir. Which language do you speak? Are you most come? Your mother language. Mother? I speak Luganda. Luganda. Yes. Now you're going to. I'm also speaking Luganda. Okay. You choose another person who's not speaking Luganda. Okay, now this is one. Ngenda kukuba in your language. Ngenda kubwaguliza. Ngenda kusabatula. Ngenda kusimula. Ngenda kutimpula. Now members, I want you to see the beauty of language. You get, when someone says ngenda kukuba, ngenda kutimpula byawukana. Members. Dear members back here, thank you so much. Members, whether you believe or you don't believe, has given an answer. Praise God. Praise God. Please, members, thou shalt not reject someone's answer if you don't have a better answer. You just have to ask Ochikolo Otia, then we move on. You understand? But I want you to understand here. When someone says ngenda kukuba, and your mother says gwenno nja kusabatula, you be like, kuno kuba kwanja ulomuko. You understand? Now that's the bit of language. Now, the same thing happens when you come to medicine. This guy was explaining to us how people go to Mulago and they only get back to them after they have completely failed to find a diagnosis. And then that's when I got to learn that my grandfather used to tell me that, so walisha baita obulwadde endwadde n'olumbe. Now, because some of you are so English, whatever, members, you see, you have a botanical name. My name is Gali Wangu. You also have your botanical name. You are not Tom Cruise and blah, blah, blah. Your botanical name. Now, in that language, there is what they call Olumbe, which is also a problem that manifests on the body. And it shows symptoms that as if someone is suffering from Obulwadde. Trust me, I did not. Okay, I knew, but I had not given attention to that. Now, these guys are down there, they know stuff. They are in our local language, like in the local, they know a lot. Hey, guess what? Like, we don't even understand. You find someone who's like, you cannot even relate to what they are saying because someone's designed what you should know. And guess what? Because if they've designed the sources of knowledge, there is a lot that you are missing out in your own contexts. And this is the first thing I want to challenge with whoever is assessing. I am giving you scenario-based questions. Who are you? Okay, you can say you're a teacher, which is a good thing. But where do you even come with the scenario from? Do you know that if you give the students the privilege to understand their context and you teach a concept, they can be able to reflect and come up with scenarios where that concept can be able to apply? Do you even give them that chance? Or you are always in the driver's seat? Okay, you see, facilitators. Okay, you are facilitating teaching and learning. Do you also, are you also a facilitator when it comes to assessment? About assessment in a way dissolve yinza. You understand what I'm trying to explain to you here? As teachers, then also as students, everything you learn, for me I keep telling myself, sometimes if you look at the chili musento so much but I tell them, if you cannot figure out how the mathematics is going to make you money, members, I'm not going to respond to that, but you know, like Jiveko. Otherwise, you should be able to pick a concept, reflect in your own. How can I make money out of this? It is going to push you to say that again as you are going to then look at the problem in the context of your. Oh yeah, I now see. He was explaining about magnetism here. That concept there. How can a kid make money out of it? It is going to push you as a teacher, but you can also tell your students if you don't work hard, hey, how can you make money out of this concept? Trust me, they are going to localize the problem for themselves. Now they've just designed scenarios for themselves and have lots of scenarios. And if someone bites what they cannot chunga chimulia, because this thing is about like you set your own exam. You have answered the context. Okay, now design a solution based on the principles I've just explained. Design a solution for that, and we figure out how we are going to be able to commercialize it. Some dear members, the issue here is that when we do what we do, we want to be able to pause and reflect about what the AI's role in what you're doing. So that's when you are able to demonstrate the competence. Now, beyond the competence, which I missed here, is what I want to explain. We are moving towards the production economy. There's this, oh, what do you know? Teacher Sobolo Kola. What can you produce? He talked about service. If you've taught a concept, what can come to production out of that? Once you are able to do that, members, you are going to teach subjects in a much more simpler manner. And you get mathematics production. What can you produce with that particular concept? He gave a good example here of the mechanic, like the professor comes, they cannot even fix their own car. They are too busy. They are really too busy. Sometimes they are so old, when they bend, the back is going to start speaking in tongues, and like really, like, do you want to kill the professor? Members, do you want to kill the professor? So now that you are not murderers, please accept. Let them guide you. You produce. Now, the beauty is every concept you teach relates to other concepts. That's where we get a chance to figure out how will we pull from this concept, from that concept, able to create a product. Production what? Economy. And that even makes education much better. And guess what? AI can support on doing this, but AI cannot produce for you. So, stop shaking and shivering about AI. Bring AI tools in the classroom. Rethink your approaches to assessment. Trust me, you're going to be well. Now, as I rush through this thing to complete. So this thing is misbehaving. Can I throw it away? Now, members, this is the reason as why I don't like tech, although I created it. Yeah, I was going to go to my notes. So now, members, you see, I was just trying to explain here. The black box mode of assessment. You don't even tell your students how you are going to assess them. You get. And then the other thing is that also you have to be open. CBC, you have to be open. I'm going to assess you on this and this and this competence. Do you know what the biggest problem is? You cannot even define the competencies you want your learners to get. It becomes so hard. Or they cannot be. You cannot give them a chance to define the competencies they should have. By the end of this module, for example, I teach machine learning. By the end of machine learning, maybe a CS2201, you should be able to create a product that is data-driven in a responsible way. It should be able to go to production, a demonstration, competencies, not knowing. That means that the students can be able to leverage the tools to know, then they leverage your expertise to understand, then they produce. See how many innovations we've been able to create with that. See how many. They leverage the tools to know. They leverage your expertise to understand. Then you, the teacher and the students, you create. Co-creation of learning environments. You create products. That becomes something very interesting. You have not yet figured out how to make students get products out of it. Really, chigani. It has become a problem. So that's really very, very important. So the assessment should be open. You should be able to understand. And what you are assessing. Are you assessing for knowledge, understanding, competencies, or products? What is missing here is products. And that's what I want to emphasize because I forgot to update the slides. That's basically it. So the assessment should be able to be clear. Therefore, your role as a teacher, as a facilitator, is to design the learning process. The learning what? Not to necessarily design what has to be learned, but the learning process. If I'm to teach this principle, how are these students going to be able to learn? To learn what? Okay. To produce? To learn to reflect about anything? How are they supposed to learn? You are supposed to be designing intellectual inquiry environments. How do I want to design an environment that is intellectually engaging? Intellectual inquiry environments. That is your role. That is that is very much different from learn this, learn that. The thing is, okay, you've learned. ChatGPT has given the answer. Okay, what have you understood? What can you do with what ChatGPT has given to you? If you have not yet figured that one as a student, you are doing a wrong course. I mean, I'm not saying drop out of university, but it's also okay. You can drop out and see what can happen. You can experiment with your life. But you've understood what my point is here. Everything you do, you must be able to produce something. And you cannot produce if you don't understand. Therefore, you should leverage your teachers to understand. Teachers should leverage AI tools to know, guide them on what they should know. Then they leverage you and the tools to create. And that is it. In the generative AI, isn't that CBC? Members, that is surely CBC. If you have not yet understood CBC, please go to Prayer Mountain. Now, politics. There is a lot of politics in these AI tools, and that's what I want you to understand. That's the most important whatever for this presentation. Members, those tools are not free. There's no such thing as free lunch. Teacher, I keep telling people that if you get anything for free, you are the price. If you get anything for free, you are the price. And you see all the innocent men in here, right? There are some who have come to approach you and they want to give you free things, and you say, you see? Why? Because you are the price, so you refuse. Members, have you seen all the innocent men in here? Yes, so it is important. Why? You are the price. There is no such thing as free lunch. These tools that you are calling, okay, this tool here, like I use ChatGPT to get things, you get the information for free. It is convenient. He gave an example today. Or to get something better, you pay. You understand? You pay. Is that still free? So it's just a vicious cycle of hey, use. We call it freemium version. After getting so used, now you have to pay. Bidalam. Now, if you are broke, chikulide. If you are broke, education is going to become a problem. And if you're a teacher, it also becomes a problem, because when you're teaching us, you should be able to understand what resources do my students have access to. I expect you to be using open resources. ChatGPT, you can even, for me, tell people that you should be able to, let me just show you something small here. So they can be able to get what I'm trying to. We are not going to complete all the slides, but I think they will share the slide deck. This is a public lecture. Have you seen the acknowledgement down there? It shows that the acknowledgement, I use the visualizations, the images you see in there, I use them using AI. I created them using AI. I did not have the time to create that. Does that mean that I don't know what I'm doing? No. I'm leveraging tools to beautify such that I don't do a death by PowerPoint. Someone comes to the presentation and you just die in the presentation room. That's not a good thing. But I'm leveraging these visualizations here to kind of engage and stimulate your mind to be able to understand what I want to do. So acknowledgement. Now, whenever you acknowledge the use of AI tools, that's a good thing. You must do. However, acknowledge using for what? Now, you as a teacher, your students will be able to inform you. You use AI tools for what? I forget about don't. Remember, as I keep telling people that I see, everyone said, some of you got praise. Oh, you are so smart. You did PCB. The world doesn't reward you for doing what is hard. We don't want to know. And no, I have to be honest. You see where you see PCB, and you got half a point. Someone was able to put in their time, they understood their arts and blah, blah, blah. They got their 16 points, they go 20 points, then they got in here. Now, what we are interested in is what can you do with what you know? That's what we are interested in. Therefore, the parts that are hard, use AI, understand them. Even the teacher, sometimes you can deliver concepts. For me, sometimes I go to class and you teach and feel like really my students feel more stupid than how they came in. You feel bad. This concept is really hard. So I tell the members, please use ChatGPT, get extensions, come and tell me what you've understood. Once they're able to explain, I think now you got the concept. It becomes very easy. Concepts that are so hard to tone down, they're able to self-teach. And I'm able to leverage my expertise to judge what they've learned, then they're able to, but they have to be able to acknowledge. So I just want to clear that it's more than to acknowledge. Now, even you as a teacher, I've just acknowledged that I've used AI for this and this and this, you should be able to know. Now, even when designing AI assessments, please, you should be able to inform the students. It's not a bad thing. You be transparent. So it is important. Now, no, members, I tell you, you should be transparent. See, I know it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. Your students are sweating plasma, and for you, just they're having fun because it's such a very hard exam. That's not a good thing. You're not going to go to heaven. Please, you tell them that this is I graded this assessment using AI. Please do it. Then come and we talk. The only problem we have with academicians is that some of them are so much up there in the bubble, they feel like they have to be the gods of knowledge, and that's not true. Members, we have left that thing. We are no longer like that. For me, I tell you, even if you prescribe for me a drug, I don't take it before I check Google. You know, it's a bad thing and blah, blah, but yeah, I don't. That's for another conversation, but I don't. Like, really, is it what you're saying? By the time I come to you, I'm sometimes going to be more informed than you, but of course, you're going to shape my thought. Hey, HSH2. Some people just get pissed. I'm teaching you using generative AI. Like, you relax. I'm just trying to ask you things in here. I'm just trying to inquire. But we have killed that inquiry. We are growing out of creativity. You know what it means? That the more you grow, the more you lose creativity. The more you lose asking questions. Your kids used to ask you, that's the moon. Where has it come from? That's the sun. Where has it come from? Mommy this, mommy that. But you grow out of creativity. I don't want to explain what that state is, but it's a bad state. And guess what? You are teaching your students out of creativity. And your kids are just learning how to be prompt engineers. They are dumb. They're not getting things. They know where to get the information. They know nothing about what they've got. Therefore, they can produce nothing. Kati, CBC is there. Choose some. From CBC to show me the competence is good. Show me what you've produced. Because if you show me what you've produced, then I'm going to start asking questions. Okay, now that's a good thing. So how does this and this work? That's it. It doesn't have to be very hard. And if you're able to reflect about what I told you about the traditional here we are working with, the local context, it becomes very easy to even get examples. They're going to get for you scenarios on a day-to-day basis. But some of you here, some of the teachers here have not even heard of the song of Peva. Pisambi, it's a very interesting song. But you've not even heard of Ngenda Hukoba Peva, like, you know, because like you are just in the office. It's a good thing to be in office. But you see, the learners you are teaching are in some kind of environment whereby they cannot relate what you are teaching to them with what is there. And guess what? You don't have a chance to know because you don't give them a chance to know. So it is important you bring that, okay, so how does this reflect what, okay, I'm giving you like 30 minutes, go think about it. They go to ChatGPT, they invoke our ancestors, whatever is humanly possible for them to know, then they come back, then you discuss. It becomes very easy. Remember, as education has gone away from, I'm the professor, you see, I know everything. It has gone away from being the gatekeepers of knowledge. We have gone away from there, really. We have really gone away. Now we are judging, what can you produce? And that's going to give you, this learner can be able to say, okay, what competencies do I need to have? That's education. And guess what? It is localized, it's contextualized. Now, our ChatGPT cannot do that for you. And that really becomes very important. So you have to understand these tools are not done by you. Therefore, lots of the local contexts are not really there. Therefore, we are privileged. We are privileged that we can always set the exam that these learners can never pass if they just use ChatGPT. We are privileged. Because the knowledge is there, but it is not so much documented. You tell someone, for example, oh, I'm teaching optimization. Okay, see what has been flowing through this pipe. I know I was coming, it was raining, right? And those gullies, gullies or what? Like what I was moving. Tell someone who said, you see, I'm teaching optimization, but I want us to design a function that allows for us to distribute and drain the water sources we got to make sure that within 2-3 minutes this place is clear. Now, have you seen water flow? Yes. Okay, let us move out. You see where water is flowing and how it's flowing, and that should make it easy for you to understand that. With that, can you be able to reflect about the flow of water? Then you come back, teach the concept, they go and fix the problem. Teach, they go fix the problem. Not teach them to know, then you judge them. Do you remember? Do you recall? Give me an essay. Don't use a GPT. No, members, you're not going to go to heaven. I tell you. So, it is important to understand that your role as a lecturer is one. You are no longer a knowledge transmitter. You are not supposed to be transmitting knowledge. You are only guiding what knowledge is really valuable for your students. That's the first thing. Secondly, in the generative area, you guide. That's it. And as a lecturer, you are not just as a learner. You are not just a consumer of knowledge. Remember, I don't know whether we have some students here, but remember, you cannot just accept what everyone is telling you. This is not, school is not church. You see, even me in church, I query things. Even in mosque, I query things like, yeah, I've read this ayah, but I'm not satisfied. I've not understood. Now, we meet, it's like I've not understood. It's okay now. Refer to this, and I'm able to understand. You don't just be consuming knowledge. School is not church. It is not a mosque. That is it's a thou shall. This is not a thou shall thing here. Have you understood, members? Learners query. Whatever they tell you, query. Sibitegede. Being kwatirako. Okay, it may be hard, but it's important to know be kwatirako. Really. It is important. Then, assessment, really. We have to kind of modify the way we are assessing. You must be able to tell me, how does that then how do we now design co-designing assessments? We should be able to be good. And the value. Members, with this approach, we can create a lot of things we can able to work with. Now, as I summarize, the first thing I want to encourage is that thou shall not be just consumers of knowledge without knowing. So, the teacher, you define what knowledge is to be consumed, what knowledge is valuable. How should it be consumed better? The learners first assess that knowledge. You don't just take information in. Galiwanga say, no, who is Galiwanga? Is he God? He's not God. Therefore, query. Like, ask yourself, go find out whether this thing is true and how does it relate. After, when you have that kind of learning environment, it's a good thing. You can be able to learn better. Then, when you're using these tools openly, don't use them as fools. It is not okay. I tell my students, don't use this tool as a fool. Don't let me catch you. So I train them on not to catch them. Trust me, I train my learners on not to catch them using ChatGPT. I train them, hey, when you're putting the prompt, please add context, or we take the kati. Then you come and we talk. Kati wategedde bichi. Bikwatirako. If you cannot tell me what that one is, then you don't have to come to Galangos because really, there's no reason for coming to my class. Really. These things are there on ChatGPT and blah, blah, blah. But when you come, okay, now, what do we create out of this? What do we create? Now that's learning. Of course, it is hard. No, it's not even hard. It is so engaging, but it's very beautiful. Because at the end of it all, I'm actually even inviting you on 30th, we are having an exhibition. I've been teaching machine learning and deep learning. Students are going to be exhibiting the products they've been able to create. And they're not exhibiting to me. They're exhibiting to people who have invited people from NCD, STI, and blah, blah. They are coming to exhibit. I've spent 4 months in school. Galiwanga has been stressing me. These are assignments, and this is what I've been able to produce. Are you interested? You understand? Are you interested? Are you giving me money? Why not giving me money? Oh, you said the problem you chose is not okay. Now, next time I'll do better. The problem is not relevant to the context. That is it. They don't fail, but they have this chance to communicate, and that is valuable. Also, as I conclude, the other thing here is that I told you design the curriculum developers. Are you designing a curriculum that is just enforcing knowledge or understanding and production? As an assessor, are you assessing for knowledge or understanding and production? What are you assessing for? As a learner, are you learning where to find the knowledge or you are actually learning something? What are you producing? You cannot come and burn 3-4 years in campus and leave when you cannot really produce. And think, oh, we don't have jobs. Who are you that you don't have jobs? What can you do? You can't even do nothing. Just as you don't have jobs. You're not going to go to heaven. I tell you. Actually, those are bad manners. Yeah. So also, members, I tell you, as you are thinking of assessment, please, the time is going to come where this device you cannot carry. what is education going to be like, whereby all internet is going to be an implant. You move with a chip in your body and you can be able to access. By the way, these things I'm talking about, they're already there. Just that we are so broke to afford. As you can know, Uganda is so broke to afford. But also, we have faculty members who are so much caught up in a lot of stuff that is preventing them from giving us the best service. Now, members, faculty members, dear. But dear, please, I'm kindly requesting, offload whatever repetitive tasks are to ChatGPT. Get to production. Get to production. Assess for understanding, assess for co-production. There, we are going to have fun. Publication is very good. Products, zero. That's, you're not going to go to heaven for that. Those are bad manners. So you should be able to kind of make sure that you do that really well. And also, the other thing I've also intentionally done is AI literacy. Have you heard of AI literacy? There is computer literacy. I want to feed out computer. Members, there should be no longer computer literacy. Really, there should be AI literacy. You are designing curriculum year one AI literacy. And there's one other thing that people punish students for, and they do not. It's called, I had written it down here, it's called, I've even just forgotten. I cannot even read this is so bad, I can't even read my own handwriting. But the point is that there's what you call AI literacy, and then transparency in assessment. What is that, how do you call it? What? Plagiarism, it falls under what? Plagiarism and what? Academic authenticity. There is quite assurance does those things. I'm forgetting how they call it. But to assess whether you have not plagiarized anyone's work, that should be a course taught. It should be a course taught to students in year one, semester one. AI literacy, and together with that, so that they can be able to know, if I'm using AI tools to co-create, am I plagiarizing someone's content? How can these tools help me? So as you're already designing your curriculums, please put that one in. And then also, so one last thing I keep advocating for at every institution I go to, please, we should have a GPT for Kyambogo University. I am happy the dean is here. And that dean is a very, very smart dean. I've had him assess our PhD students. He's not a joke. He can ask serious questions. But you see, members, with the collaboration that we have at the College of Computing, it is possible to create a GPT for Kyambogo University. All the knowledge that is there. Instead of picking the work to throw it into GPT, a GPT for Kyambogo University. If it's medicine, if it's what, let's go to, I don't know how, maybe KyU, GPT, whatever you're going to, whatever name can you be able to come for it. That knowledge needs to be there, such that you don't struggle to teach what you have already taught. It becomes very easy. Don't just ship knowledge off to other whatever. And thank you so members. That is it. And yeah, we meet whatever we shall meet. God bless you.
Oh, thank you, Galiwango. I know he enjoys sharing knowledge. He can talk, by the way, and we'll be here up to 4, and you will have not stopped. But thank you very much for sharing. So next is going to be a panel discussion, and that's where your questions will come in. And this session will be led by Mr. Higenyi from NTV. And so we will have our panelists take up their seats here. So Mr. Sima, I'll ask you to join Mr. Galiwango. And then we have also one other member of the panel, who is our own, the Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Humanities, Professor Chazike. She will join them, and she will be bringing the context of Kyambogo University in this whole space of artificial intelligence and competence-based education and training. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome them. And then Mr. Higenyi takes us through the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Savo. If the description by the gentleman there is anything to go by. This should be very, very concise and precise as we inch towards our break, so that we can prepare for the sessions that will be coming later in the afternoon. Like Dr. Savannah says, I'm Chris Higenyi. I'm honored to be part of the Competitive Research Grants Dissemination Conference, as well as the STEAM Festival. Congratulations on the days that came. That's Tuesday and yesterday, Wednesday. those who are here and who are here for all those days, thank you very much for staying the course. So much has been spoken about AI. This particular panel discussion seeks to simply hammer out the finer aspects, especially with regard to policy, practice, as well as industry alignment. I'm glad Mr. Sima from the National Curriculum Development Center has ably put across some of the issues that you are working on to ensure that there is alignment, especially with education institutions. Just our speaker who has just concluded his deliberations, very energetic, and indeed I know there's a lot that we shall be picking from him. We shall be asking some questions a little bit later. Those questions should come from you, the learners, the students, and those that are pushing AI in order to come up with innovative solutions, but most importantly to add to the body of knowledge that is AI as we grapple with the challenges, first as a country, but also as a people. We do know that as blacks, do we have any whites here? I don't want to be overly... As blacks, there is stereotyping that we are grappling with in all aspects of life. And when it comes to knowledge acquisition, the challenges are enormous. So that calls for a lot more enthusiasm, a lot more deliberate action at individual level, but also at scholarly level, where interventions are supposed to be deliberate, aligned to ensure that our thinking and the thought processes do deliver the much needed transformation that we need. AI is just a component of that broader transformation, and as the panelists will be sharing with us, I'm sure we'll be able to understand that. Associate Professor Elizabeth Chazike, the Dean, Faculty of Arts and Humanities at Kyambogo University, will begin our panel discussion. First, she will pick from the previous speaker's submissions anything of concern that she thinks should be addressed within the context of Kyambogo University, but most importantly, share with us the AI integration that is currently ongoing here at Kyambogo University to improve learning, knowledge production, assessment, and everything that comes with it. You have the microphone, Madam.
Thank you so much, moderator, and I also want to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to be part of this conference where we want to demystify science. And I think as a dean in the Faculty of Arts and Humanities, possibly this is one way of trying to demystify science, that we cannot move in silos as scientists. We always need to have the humanities at hand. I'll start by talking about some of the readings that I've done, which show that I think in the US, they carried out a research and they came to a conclusion that AI was another arms race. The arms race, my background is history, and so I'll give some history, close to the machine engineers. So excuse me for that. And so the arms race, this was a period in history when, of course, especially during the world wars, when the US and especially USSR were in struggle to manufacture arms, who would be the best. And I think this goes back to Mr. Sima's idea of space science and how the US wanted, it always wants to be the best. And that time it was a little disappointed. So AI has been also ranked as one of the arms race in terms of cheating. And I like the fact that Mr. Galwango here is encouraging us to use it, not to fear it, and to say that it is really cheating. So the magic bullet here, how can we be able to use AI and integrate it in our learning? What, as an individual, I see, the competence-based curricula is one way to integrate AI in our learning. Because as it has been rightly said, in this kind of curricula, if you don't have the skills, you cannot ask AI to give you the skill. For instance, if you want maybe to come up with an innovation, you are not going to ask AI to do it for you. You must do it yourself. And this takes me to what we do in Kyambogo. I think I also integrate Luganda like Mr. Galiwango, that Kyambogo, tetumanyi kwemulisa. We really do a lot. And this lot is not actually recorded anywhere. If we are to record everything we do here, I'm sure we shall be the #1 university and we shall beat Galo. We are doing a lot, and good thing we have our PROs here. Please put us out there for every small thing that we do. And it is really interesting that in the organization of this STEAM, you had someone from English. You need to communicate the science. The science will die in the labs. I saw the other day someone from, Chiramoto, showing a lot of things. And I'm like, who knows about this? Maybe these are prototypes in labs and all that. Without the languages, without us, the humanities, to communicate the science, science is going to die in the labs. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is that whatever these two people have talked about, the panelists here, we already know. We are doing it in Kyambogo. We are taking students to the communities. We are giving them those assignments. On almost all these programs have those components. So now my question, and the moderator, sorry, me, I also ask questions. Now my question, especially to National NCDC, is CBC all about writing a good curriculum? We will write them, polish them, we have all the competencies and the schools on paperwork. Does that translate into CBC? CBC, or CBET as it is, requires a lot. There are so many things that should change. First of all, look at the nature of our classes. This is one of the rooms we use for class. Is it ideal for CBC? No. So what does it mean? We are a government university. Government has already passed the budget for 26-27. You are saying by the end of this year, it should be CBC. Have you provided for mobile funds for this to be done? Because it means we must restructure the classes. Okay, you'll say, and sometimes people say, faculty arts, you have numbers. Okay, can we reduce the numbers? If we reduce them, will we collect enough that we need to have all these spaces and enjoy? Maybe not. So there's a dilemma here. We are not being stubborn that we don't want the CBC, but is it practical? The teachers we have here, the lecturers, me and my colleagues, we were not actually trained even to teach in a higher education institution. We are secondary school teachers. We were not trained to teach in universities, most of the lecturers we have. Some of them actually do not even have any pedagogy. Once you get a first class, you are a lecturer. When they do the advert, they say first class, second class. Does that make you a good lecturer? Because you have content? So unless you go back and also retool the teachers, put into a program for that, I'm not sure whether we're going to succeed. We are going to polish the programs, I can assure you. Writing them, we have all the competencies, National Council will accredit, but how do we implement? Let me stop there for now. The time, how much time do we have in a semester? The semester system is really, the time is short. If you are telling me I have now to do, I teach a course called archaeology. So for us, actually, we go to the field and all that. If I'm going to tell my students to create certain things, it requires some time for them even to do the displays and exhibitions. I like my colleague here that in 4 months, their innovations is going to display. Some of these innovations take some time to come out, even in all other disciplines. So that means that also the timetables, the time for the semesters must also change and all that for us to be able to implement. I'm not sure whether I'm so, like, I'm not hopeful. I'm always very hopeful. And people here say, where do you get energy? You always have hope. But in this one, I'm a little skeptical. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Associate Professor, for that. I'll call it cautious optimism. I know she's inherently optimistic, but cautiously. Yeah. Now, Mr. Asima from the National Curriculum Development Center, you have had the question that came through from the Associate Professor, but I also know that as a government institution, you are out of time on so many things in as far as ensuring that there is alignment in as far as education is concerned in the country. Talk to us in line with teaching, learning, as well as research. Kyambogo University, if the words of the associate professor are anything to go by, is grappling with multifaceted and urgent challenges that I know you are ensuring that they deal with, and including other institutions. Quickly reassure her, but also give us another dose of optimism as far as we are concerned.
Thank you very much, moderator. For every problem, there is a solution. And if we are to say for every problem there is a solution, at times it takes a step of faith to swallow a bitter tablet for your healing to come. And what the professor ended with was one of the things that I struggled with when I was at university. Those of us who have studied education, we have a lot of lugezi-gezi at times. Because my lugezi-gezi was, I would go and attend a lecture for a person who did education course where people are taught pedagogy as an aspect of teaching and learning. And then you go and attend another course where the person did not attend or has not attended any pedagogy training, and you would tell the difference. So as far as teaching and learning is concerned, yes, like I said, this classroom is not the best for CBC. But there are other pedagogical approaches that we can employ to make it fill the gap, for lack of a better word. For example, in the demonstration I gave, I was giving something closely related to using flipped classroom approach, because not all learning can take place here. And if not all learning can take place here, the biggest challenge that we have, especially at university level, is organizing and planning the learning experience. And planning that learning experience that you're supposed to take your student through needs a person that is very skilled in matters to do with pedagogy. And if we are to get the matters to do with pedagogy in place, then we are going to swallow the bitter pill of doing continuous professional development for our people. It is unfortunate that, I don't know whether to use the word unfortunate at this point, but when you look at the way universities operate, as NCDC, we cannot come here unless invited. But I know that the universities, under Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act, guided by National Council for Higher Education and Senate at every university, there is a way they do their things. And when it comes to that, we are observers. So now that I have been invited, I can also share what I think needs to be done. What needs to be done, in my view, you need to take the issue of, I don't know what to say, lecturer capacity development seriously, irrespective of the course. This is not a preserve for educational courses. And once that is taken care of, you'll find that you'll come up with innovative ways of handling this CBC elephant, and you'll find it feasible. Because the whole issue is not, let's not focus on the process, because the product is the main reason we are having CBC. And the product is, what can your graduate do as soon as they leave their classroom? Whatever happens in the classroom, no one is going to try and measure by that. But once a person has left here, They are going to come to someone's farm and say, we need a job. And we give them a task. And what that person is able to do will determine whether the CBC was happening or not, will determine whether the graduates are marketable or not. Okay. For now, that's what I can say.
Maybe before we transition to Mr. Galiwango, a quick update on where we are in as far as the fourth industrial revolution strategy is concerned. That also encompasses the national AI framework, policy framework. How far are we on that? It must be something that either is rolling out or should be rolled out very soon.
You're asking me about matters to do with the fourth industrial revolution. Some of these things I fear to talk about them because in Uganda, as far as the industrial revolutions are concerned, in some places we are in the first industrial revolution. In some places we are in the second industrial revolution. Am I speaking the truth?
Yes.
And then when you start talking about fourth industrial revolution, where you're talking about blockchain and others, I don't think we have reached there. And the biggest problem that we are having, we love to put the cart before the horse. We have not yet conceptualized the second industrial revolution in our education systems. And now we want to jump to the fourth. For me, I am of the view that we need not to, we should not like lose sight of what is happening as far as the fourth industrial revolution is concerned. We shouldn't lose sight of it. But we need to know that this journey, we need to start from somewhere and maybe drive at a higher speed to catch up. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Galiwango, you were very exuberant when you spoke about the localization of much of what is going on, and I loved your analogies, no doubt. However, the challenges are enormous, especially when it comes to ensuring that learners in institutions of higher learning like Kyambogo University do not find themselves overloaded with so much in AI that they are unable to figure out exactly what to focus on to help the learning processes, but most importantly in the conceptualization of whatever is being taught. You're going to exhibit, and the associate professor has ably appreciated the fact that you're able to do that within that time frame, which is commendable. Take us through the nitty-gritty of how you do it. Maybe it will improve approaches that other lecturers in institutions like Kyambogo use.
Thank you so much. Yeah, for me, I focus on the customer. I focus on the customer. Now, truth be told, there are policies to take a car, man. The institution says you must clock in, you must do this, but sometimes those things are not very practical. You understand? However, for me, I always focus. You see, for me, when I see a student, truth be told, I don't see that person as a student. That person is mature. University, so they signed up. But also, there should be, allow me borrow principle from Islam here. If you're a teacher and you come to serve, please serve. If you have decided to serve, please serve. Who do you serve? What do you serve? And how do you choose to serve them? For me, I focus on the customer. So my students come to classroom. So today we are going to learn machine learning. Okay. That's where I begin from. So remember, you see, this machine learning involves data here and there, but here, these are the basics. I can give the basics in about 30 minutes. Then I ask them, why should you participate? Before I even move to any step, I want to make sure they have figured out why they should participate in the course unit. I don't impose. For me, I don't like rules. I have to be honest. I really don't like rules. So I don't impose. But I engage students to make sure they understand why they should do the course unit. After they've understood, then we start negotiating. For example, so machine learning models learn from data. What problems do you have in the community? I take it back to them. They elicit the problems they want to work with. So for me, I can give a simple example. There is a student who had a mother who is a herbalist. And she told me that my mom, she struggles with this. I said, okay, now, then what, we are going to do a project in that. I'm going to teach you the principles. We work on a product to support your mom. Quid pro quo. What is in it for me? It is important. If the students don't see what is in it for them, then you are just forcing people to be. You are just forcing. You are just imposing. You don't impose. Education, you don't have to force people. You don't impose. Convince them. Now, the localization comes automatically. And there are some things, it is okay to say that, you see, sometimes we don't have the resources, but I tell you, for me, what from my observation, if the learners choose to understand how this thing is going to help them, trust me, they always figure out where the resources are going to come from. They can be like, for example, like now that lady I'm telling you, like they were in the group, and initially she was alone because I tell everyone suggest. Then I tell them, now, remember, as you negotiate, you agree which idea we are going to be able to work on. Convince your colleagues. It has to be practical. So you have to be, you become a politician. Remember, these things are blah blah. You convince your colleagues. After you've convinced them, they are able to understand. Hey, can we go and visit your mom? Like, can we have a call? No, they have a call. They understand the problem. Okay, now we are going to get a tool for them. Can you even engage your mom? Yes, the mom can give us the data. They know it. So you're going to see that the resources are actually there. For me, there's this thing that I really don't want. I don't I don't want us to be begging. We are begging too much. And when we beg so much, people impose of what we have to do with the money they've given us, and that is a problem. So they end up colonizing the education. So this is what I do. So after they've been able to convince their colleagues, they find a local problem they want to be able to work on. The other colleagues who are like mechanics, they say, okay, my father drives these trucks, but the guy has been fired twice for dozing off. So now what problem? How can we solve a problem like that? They tell me. So now I walk them through. After they've done, they create a tool when they already know the consumer. First, forget about this thing in the Guzabazungu. You are the first consumer. You are the first consumer. So once they're able to figure out, when I do these things, it's going to help my parents, it's going to help my farmers, it's going to help my... If you're the first consumer, then okay, now, then let us do it. If anything happens, if you don't have resources, we can look for some. And also maybe the other thing, this one I just encourage, that there's a college fund. Like I've seen, this is a research, whatever, there's a research grants here. There's a research fund at Courses called Courses Rise. They give funding for startups. Really, some little like about 3 million per group. So what for me, I encourage my students to participate with whatever they have done. Then they apply for this grant. When they get money about 3-4, like we are going to exhibit, like now that workshop I'm talking about is fully funded by students' money they've obtained from the college by competing. So after getting that money, we locally get the resources from within the university. If you have a grant, really, you can able to sacrifice 1 million from the grant. And it just like this is for capacity building. Like 1, 2, 3, if you are 3 faculty, you just co-exhibit whatever you've done. The resources are there. For me, I don't want to say that the resources are actually there. And finally, policy is a problem. We talk here near ground. They say competency-based, the policy says this one. Up to now, there are institutions who don't have AI policies. Up to now, there are institutions who last updated their assessment policies, like about 6 years ago.
That's a direct question that goes to Associate Professor Elizabeth Chazike, the Dean, Faculty of Arts and Humanities at Kyambogo University. You can also talk about teacher-student ratios and the realities of AI in as far as learning is concerned.
Thank you so much, moderator. I may speak about some of them, but I may not have the powers to
I was just about to say, big policy. Bosses are beginning to arrive.
And yes, yeah. So what I can say, like I said earlier, that we really understand what NCDC is talking about as far as the CBC is concerned. And we appreciate. We really understand the beauty, the advantages, and everything. But I'm like, our hands are tied. I already talked about the numbers. And I said, okay, in scenarios where we have big numbers in some of the classes, it may not really be possible to competently implement this kind of curricula. And I wanted to ask a question. Maybe we shall do some more engagement on this with management of this university. Assuming, for instance, Faculty of Arts will say, okay, competency-based requires 5 or 50 students per class. Is it possible to continue like that and we have enough funds? And yet sometimes I know that government has quotas and say you must collect so much. So what happens to those collections? But if the collections they can always give us without having to put into consideration the numbers, I think everybody will be happy to have the smaller classes to implement the CBC. And as you heard from him, he has not actually answered my question. Because as I said, if we want to implement CBC, it means we must go back, all of us, for training. And who has the resources for that training? I'm sure the VC is here, but the budgets of 26-27 have already been confirmed. So where is the budget for this extra training to ensure that Mr. Smartson there goes back to be retooled and everybody, every staff within this university? Kyambogo has about 30,000 students or so. And Mr. Galwango here is saying Makerere can afford to give some starter capital for those hubs. I don't know whether we are able to give each one 1 million to be able to buy the materials to implement their projects. And yet their fees is lower than 1 million, some of them. So I know the students are there and they're going to say they're going to increase the fees. Don't worry, that is not really within my mandate. But it also goes back into that. Because if you want CBC, you want more money, there are more materials, you should understand that some of the students we teach, maybe in Kyambogo where I work, some of them really are grappling with issues. Even getting 100,000 is a problem. But now you have now to also have materials. That doesn't mean we do not appreciate that CBC is very good, competencies will be developed, their skills and all that. Like you are preaching to the converted. But we want now to look at the implementation.
Great. When Jesus used to preach and he realized that he had people who were already converted, he went on and gave demonstrations they couldn't ignore. So I'm sure that is what we are waiting for. Mm-hmm. We should allow some questions from the audience. I'm sure there are some burning issues. But before that, I would love a volunteer to, is that thing, is it light enough for somebody to carry? The art piece. Mm-hmm. I have a question on that art piece. Who is strong enough? Sir, please, volunteer. Just come with it over here. And then I ask my very agricultural question. These are beautiful pieces, and I'm sure they must have been executed by students here in the art faculty, not arts faculty. Is that a piece done by an individual or generated by AI? A quick look at it. Is it AI? Is it individual work? Individual work. That's amazing. We are sure there was absolutely no help from AI in generating those particular designs. Now, the question is, in incidents where AI has been used to come up with pieces as fine as those, how do we assess the student on their abilities? Is that one that goes to Associate Professor and Mr. Galiwango, or Mr. Galiwango quickly? Okay.
This piece, like you said, for me, I think it was done by someone and it's not AI. As Kyambogo University, I can just talk about some of the ways in which we detect AI.
Thank you, sir. If you can.
First of all, especially for the graduate students or students who submit, and I like some of my colleagues said all their work must be submitted as in typed work. If the work is typed, each and every staff here is allowed to have an account for Tantin, and the Tantin software can ably detect the percentage of AI. So we are encouraging all our members of staff, please enroll such that you have this account in the library such that you can be able to test. And for the students out there, just get to know that we have the software to detect whether you have used AI. And so that can actually be detected and it can be learned. And I think this has been one of the reasons why many of the students are crying and using REC as an excuse. We have here the Research Ethics Committee. Because for any student to submit work to the Research Ethics Committee, you must have a certificate from the library showing that it has a smaller percentage of similarity and AI. So once they are hit there, they keep saying the REC. Kumbe, it is plagiarism and AI, which is killing them.
All right.
So, yeah.
Thank you very much. I will allow our audience to ask some questions. In the interest of time, we have to claw back minutes that we lost earlier because of the rain. You have a... I will come back to him on that particular aspect. I know some of the questions that could be asked might relate exactly to something he can also add on. Yes, sir. The multilingual gentleman.
Thank you, moderator. My question goes to Prof. Yes. You're talking of talenting. But Mr. Garwang was told you, for him, he even teaches his learners how to cheat. Are you aware that there are other platforms like Stealth Humanizer, which when you use your AI and you drop your content into it, it will put it in your own kind of thinking. And when you drop it to Tanti, surely you find that the AI has not been captured. So how are you going to do that? How are we going to go about that? Thank you.
That's a challenge. Question number 2. There's a gentleman right there.
Thank you so much, moderator and the presenters.
Make it a quick one.
Yeah.
I see signs of a lecture. When you hold the book and put it down, you know.
Take heart. And I wanted to comment, not just a question from NCDC. I think in his communication, he narrowed the discussion of the issues for the 95% of business failure in the country to issues to deal with working in silos. And from the economic perspective, I realized that, of course, we have a number of issues we are grappling with as an economy. So when you talk about trying to the issues of entrepreneurship we are experiencing in this country, we have 2 types of entrepreneurship. There is a book called Beyond the Force Heritage. We have what they call survival entrepreneurship and opportunistic entrepreneurship. Most of our people are starting these opportunities to survive, not just because they are thinking about them. It is not a creative idea. And it is not something like in the US where somebody has brainstormed an idea in terms of science and technology and they want to be a game changer in the market. So how is the new curriculum trying to incorporate these aspects? And there is also a risk that the people are running in this country, moving around saying, you know, for example, I studied chemistry. I studied history, but I'm in mathematics and statistics. Somebody says, I did history for nothing. They didn't help me. That is very misguiding. It is so misleading. This word is multidimensional. For example, we have a war in Iran. You may think you are a scientist, it may not affect you. But definitely there is an economic lens, there is a geographical lens, and people in the Western world appreciate this. So how best are we prepared to start preparing people for specialization in this country, cognizant of the fact that this economy, you don't know where you are going to be in the future. Nobody knows.
All right.
Let nobody lie you that they know where they are going to be in the next 10 years. You can work as, you can train as a statistician, you end up as a medical doctor, and you have not yet embraced that. So if we start to make people in strict, hardline in their career, in some kind of areas, saying others may not be relevant to them, do we have the economy ready to absorb? And are we sure even in the advent of AI, that by the time they finish those things they are training right from primary, they will still be relevant in that economy of fourth industrial revolution? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Last question. There is a gentleman there. Please, your name? Course and quickly question.
Right, thank you so much, the moderator. My name is Bantrashi Nicodemus, and I'm pursuing a bachelor's degree in environmental engineering and management. And my question will go to Professor the Dean. There are aspects in that when you're carrying on research, they encourage that you have to, when you read STEM literature, you have to to give acknowledgement to the person who came up with the literature. So there is a situation that I might read the literature and as I'm trying to paraphrase, I find myself using some of the words that have been used by the author. So in such scenarios, it doesn't mean that I actually copied and pasted the author's work, but I'm trying to use my own words, but there are some words I'm borrowing from them. And when you turn in my report, it so happens that the percentage of plagiarism is above the acceptable range. How do you account for this? Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm learning that there is acceptable plagiarism. If I did that with my lecturer, that would be unacceptable. All right, let those questions be answered, and then we'll move on to our next. Was there one that was, the gentleman pushed one to you as far as curriculum development is concerned? Associate Professor, you had one from the gentleman at the extreme. I think let's begin with Mr. Sima.
Okay, thank you very much. Quickly, if I can quickly comment on that.
Please.
It is also possible to build on AI to create that piece.
Is it because it's too fine?
No. Because what happens is, you use AI to generate whatever you generate, and then you just humanize it, kind of. You draw over it. So you're not yet safe there. So when it comes to curriculum development and implementation, to take care of that, the basic principle is to revisit the approaches to teaching, learning, and assessment. For example, there is a methodology called project-based learning. Project-based learning is different from doing a project. A project, you are interested in the final piece, like that, it is done. Project-based learning, you're interested in the procedure that you went through to come up with a piece. And when you do the procedure, more or less like, there is another word for it, whereby you take note. Yes, there is continuous assessment, and actually as we get into AI, CBC, the truth is we cannot run away from continuous assessment, because that's where the actual learning takes place. So when you have a portfolio, taking note of the steps you have taken to come up with that piece, then you'll be able to answer some of those questions without a shadow of doubt and without AI. Then two, there was also a question about, please don't misquote me. The issue was about the values that we acquire through the system. For example, there is a value that we acquire through the current system of hiding our work. It is a value. And now we want to promote values of sharing our work. Are we together? And as far as your question is concerned, how are we preparing people for specialization, and then things change along the way? The idea is about equipping learners with transferable skills. When you acquire a skill and ability to transfer it to different scenarios and situations, then it means that you're ready for whatever changes that you might acquire or that you might meet along your journey, professional journey. My training, like I said, is in mathematics and physics. But I have learned to transfer my mathematics and physics into history. I love history of late, very much. The very, very interesting subject. And I transfer the skills. For example, you find that we are advocating for continuous learning, lifelong learning, learning to learn. And these are the skills that you need when situations change. For example, we did a lot of learning to learn during COVID. Many of us learned very many new things. And that's why I said COVID experience was an experience that we shall always refer to. But the difference comes in if we are teaching content and stopping at that, then when things change, we get stuck. That means that as we train our people, let's look more into skills and how they can be transferred across different situations. I think that was my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Associate Professor, we shall count on you to quickly answer those questions because time is not our best ally right now.
Okay, thank you so much. One of the questions was that there are some softwares that sort of disguise AI. I'm aware of this, and actually still when you use Tantin, it will show that there are some softwares you used. It will bring X's instead of bring percentages. So still I'll know. And like Mr. Galwango here said, I think the best thing is for us to have AI literacy. If I look at an assignment, there are certain indicators even without using Tantin. There are those dashes, that perfect English and all that. There are some indicators I can just see. Even without going to AI, I'll tell the student, this is AI. And when I check, that is it. So we just need to have AI literacy and move on. Then there's a student here who asked about some of the similar words or phrases. This is known because, for instance, you are submitting your research, a statement of a problem that phrase has been used by so many people. Definitely it will highlight it, declaration and all that. But still with Tantin, there's a way you can exclude them. And besides excluding, I think Kyambogo, we are 20%, we accept 20% similarity, so it will go into that. And so that will be catered for, and your work will sail through. Lastly, I wanted to just add on what Mr. Sima was saying. I think the debate here is, what is wrong with doing biology and history and chemistry? Rethink the subject combinations. I think this is what people are saying. You are now teaching chemistry, but you are using English, and actually you are using English concepts to teach chemistry. So let the students offer chemistry, English. The engineer here was just using Luganda. What is wrong with doing biology and Luganda? Because you're explaining all your computer in Luganda.
Okay. And I believe he's very effective when it comes to ensuring that his learners and students get the concepts that he's putting across.
Yeah.
Please make us understand better as we wind up. How do you teach your students to beat you at cheating?
Yeah, thank you so much. But first of all, I want us to, members, we are not anti-AI here. Understand that we are all scared because we are only thinking of one mode of assessment. That is the only problem. These AI tools, blah, 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 AI generated content, it's because we only think of one mode of assessment. Give me the writer. But the policy, it could be because the policy is broken. The policy is only allowing for that kind of, so we have to first rethink the policy on assessment, the policy on generative AI usage. Then that's going to, we have to redefine assessment. Also, what are we assessing? If we're assessing for competencies, we have to define how we come up with the competencies. You may not explicitly state what competencies, but your approach is to pick curriculum designers. Your approach is to coming up with the competencies to be assessed, because these competencies keep changing over and over and over again. Today is tomorrow, the other things. So first, rethink assessment first, then we move on. Now, to answer some of the questions, that tool, is that thing AI generated or not? The thing is that I don't really care. What I care for is, what is the process? What is the process? I encourage co-creation. Right. Once I'm able to figure out that the learner understood and has been able to demonstrate, everything else falls in place. Even if they've been able to use AI to co-create, the learner, am I assessing use or am I assessing the understanding? So we don't know, like project. No, don't rush for project. Talk about continuous assessment, the process. Then the other thing is that resource members, you see, we are lamenting about not having money. For me, I don't want it. Members, Ugandans have all the money they need. Resource mobilization strategies. I will go back to, we don't give 1 million to every student. No. But what happens is that whenever people apply for grants, we have, please give a percentage. Even if it's a 1% from every grant you get goes to the college what? College fund. Then with this college fund, we're able to fund startups. 1% of every grant you get. That is practical. So resource mobilization. The other thing is that co-teaching. Members, co-teaching is important. For me, like I told you, I don't look at the student I look at the student as an agent of change, as a customer. So I have a pool of students I've output, and I always invite back to do public lectures.
Okay.
Today, Galiwango, we are good teaching, so I'm giving you 30 minutes to do a public lecture. Then, as I wrap up, I talked about continuous assessment and members, you see, think of the students first.
Students first.
Think of the students first. Give them a chance to participate. Don't impose. The problem here is that academics want to impose modes of assessment. Engage them. Hey, like, what's your context? What's the problem? Engage the students. Think of the customer. Don't impose. Engage the customer. They are able to figure out. I like a lecturer, it's called Dr. Ngubiri. He's a colleague. He always tells me that students are like ameba. Every context, whatever you're doing, they are going to adapt. Engage students. Co-create learning environments. Don't define learning environments. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Marvin Galiwango. Thank you too, Mr. Gilbert Sima. And many thanks, Associate Professor Elizabeth Chazike, the Dean of Faculty of Arts and Humanities at Kyambogo University, for sharing knowledge, but most importantly, offering direction on the way forward in as far as the reform agenda is concerned for universities when tackling artificial intelligence and competence-based education and training. It's been a pleasure moderating this panel. It's been a pleasure to be part of this entire process. Right now, before I hand over to Dr. Savannah, please, a round of applause to our panelists. And thank you too for being a very good audience, listening in, but also participating by asking the questions.
Wow, what a discussion. I want to believe that these discussions are not going to stop here. I know some of you still had questions, but don't worry, we are here. We have our Dean for the School of Computing around. I know he can answer some of the questions. I don't know whether the School of Education is represented here, so students, if you still have many questions, please look for us. We can continue this discussion after here. So as we prepare to get into the closing ceremony of the Competitive Research Grant Dissemination Conference and STEAM Festival 2026, allow me welcome Sibo Jennifer to take us through the next session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Steam. We are very privileged to reach at the end of our conference and also the 5th STEAM Festival. And I want to thank the discussants who are from the panel. It has been amazing. I was behind also listening in and very interested in the topic. Thank you very much. We are honored to have our Vice Chancellor around, who is going to officiate our closing ceremony. I'll invite the Vice Chancellor to come and take up the front seat. We are also privileged to have Dr. Obanda, the Dean School of Management. I also invite you to come and take up the front seat. Also the Dean Science to come and take over the front seat. And we begin our closing ceremony. That is also going to take a short time, and then we shall close it. Our Vice Chancellor will close it officially. We have a very short program. I also invite the director of the Directorate of Research and Graduate Training to come and take over the other seat. I think, Professor Boa, are you around? Okay, as he comes to take up the seat, we are going to have anthems, and then we shall have a prayer, and we shall have closing remarks by Dr. Peter Obanda, the Dean School of Management and Entrepreneurship, and then we shall have official closure by the Vice Chancellor, Professor Eli Katunguka, Watshaya, and then we shall have a small entertainment from the School of Vocational Studies, Department of Cosmetology, and then from there we shall have the awarding ceremony that is going to be presided over by the adjudicators, and this is Professor Bua Bosco, the Director of Research and Graduate Training, then also Dr. Mukalazi. And then this awarding ceremony will be controlled by my co-MC. He has been around, I think he will be back, and then we shall have the anthems, and then lunch, and we go away. We can arise for the anthems.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Kyambogo University, what a mighty center you are. We urge you in trust, a future together.
for the word of prayer. I request Associate Professor Khadija to come and lead us in the word of prayer.
In the name of thy Lord, the most gracious, the most merciful. O God, we thank you for having brought us to yet another day when we can humble and dedicate ourselves to you, Almighty. God, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the gift of health. We thank you for the gift of this beautiful nation, and we thank you for the gift of Kyambogo University. God, we pray that you put Kyambogo University where we would all wish it to be. We pray that you guide our leaders. You pray that you guide the management of this institution. We pray that you guide everyone who serves this institution to make it mightier than it is today. We pray that you put this institution amongst the best. Oh God, as we gather here to conclude the Competitive Research Grant Dissemination Conference and the 5th STEAM Festival, we thank you for all that has been good. We thank you for all that has been forth, for all that our objectives that have been met. We pray that you continue to guide us through to meet our mission, to meet our vision. And God, we pray that you bless this closing ceremony and you bless everyone that has attended it. You are mighty, O omnipotent. Amen.
Amen. We may take our seats. Thank you so much. We would like to thank you so much, all of you, for being present for these 3 days. We started this conference on Tuesday, and today is a Thursday, and it's amazing that we have all finished well, and we want to thank God. We may clap all for the Lord. We also want to thank the organizers who have successfully led this workshop, the conference, and also the 5th edition of STEAM, and we are very grateful for the work done. We also want to thank you, Professor Mugampoza and your team, for making it a successful event. Can we clap for them, please? Thank you so much. We want to thank all the participants and the sponsors that were acknowledged on the first day. We want to thank the Kyambogo University team that has taken part, all the faculties and schools for taking part. We want to thank the secondary schools that have been present from day one. We want to thank the exhibitors and the presenters in the conference. We want to thank the keynote speakers and all the discussants. We thank you so much for contributing to this conference and also the 5th edition of STEAM. And at this point, I would like to invite Dr. Obanda to come and give the closing remarks. Dr. Obanda is the Dean of School of Management and Entrepreneurship, and as he comes in, please welcome him.
The Vice Chancellor at Kyambogo University, members of top management present, members of Senate, deans of faculties and schools, heads of department, teaching and non-teaching staff of Kyambogo University, the student leaders, members of the media, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to you all. Okay. As we come to the close of this
enriching and impactful conference, and the 5th edition of the 5th STEM Festival. I would love to really thank the Dean Faculty of Science for honoring me to make these closing remarks. Over the past 2 days, we have engaged in thoughtful dialogue, shared cutting-edge research, and explored practical innovations under the timely and forward-looking theme, artificial intelligence and competence-based education and training, reforms in higher education institutions in Uganda, policy, practice, and industry alignment. And I think the last panel discussion we have just held today has really been a clear demonstration and a very good wrap-up of what the conference had prepared on its menu. This theme, like we've just witnessed, has not only challenged us to rethink our approaches to teaching and learning, but it has also called upon us to engage and reimagine the role of higher education in a rapidly evolving technological landscape. How do we engage? The discussions, exhibitions in the stalls have clearly demonstrated that AI is no longer a distant concept. It's here with us, shaping industries, redefining skills, and demanding a new kind of graduates. Ones who are adaptable, competent, innovative, and ethically grounded. As a university, we are particularly encouraged by the emphasis placed on aligning education and industry. But all this embedded within a governance framework that is provided by government. Competence-based education and training, when effectively implemented, offers a powerful framework for ensuring that our graduates are not only knowledgeable, but are capable of applying their skills in the real world. Like we have been emphasizing by the previous panelists, what can you deliver as a result of the training? So the integration of AI into the framework strengthens the ability to deliver. It is the result. And then the emphasis was, it is the process. Then is it the aim? But holistically, it is the ability to deliver, like had been emphasized by the experts before. So the disseminations, like for the dissemination workshop, of the research output is a critical step in bridging the gap between academia, policy, and industry. And this has been the debate all over. What is the role of the universities in our education system? Because most of the education has been critiqued of being too theoretical. But we're trying to see how we can therefore bridge that gap. To our industry partners, our sponsors, we are deeply appreciative for your participation and the insights you have given us. The engagement ensures that the academic programs remain relevant and responsive in the needs of the labor market, because we have to make sure that the supply and demand, we do the supply of the graduates, but the demand is from the industry, so to ensure there is a proper match to avoid producing irrelevant graduates for the market. So strengthening this collaboration is essential within the competence-based education and training framework. To our students, your curiosity, creativity, and active participation throughout the conference and the festival are a strong reminder that the future is indeed in capable hands. Continue to embrace innovation and lifelong learning. As I conclude, let's carry forward what we have learned in this conference. The need to meet stronger collaboration between universities, industries, and policymakers. The importance of embracing emerging technologies. Like we said, emerging are not our enemies. How can we best harness them such that they can facilitate our own work without killing their creativity and originality? Because we're saying AI cannot replace your thinking. It's just to help you streamline your output in the thinking process. Then the urgency of reforming our educational system to focus on competence and not just certification. It's no longer the papers that we throw around, but our ability to perform. So let this not be the end of our conversation, rather the beginning of having a joint action. I extend the sincere gratitude to the organizers, the facilitators, the participants, and all stakeholders who have contributed to the success of this event. Your dedication and commitment have made this conference and festival meaningful, and indeed for very many of us, very memorable. I wish you safe travels and continued success in your respective endeavors. Thank you, and I look forward to your continued collaboration. It's now my pleasure and honor to invite the Vice Chancellor of Kyambogo University, Professor Eli Katungu Karwashkaya, to come and make his remarks and thereafter declare the Competitive Research Grants Dissemination Conference and the 5th edition of the STEAM Festival officially closed. You're welcome, Professor.
Thank you very much, Dean Obanda. The members of top management who are here, the deans and heads of departments, the presenters and speakers at the conference and the exhibitors, the staff and students of Kyambogo University, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you very much for the 3 days that you have spent going through the Research Dissemination Conference and the 5th edition of the STEAM Festival. I had the opportunity to be here on day 1, and I think it was very insightful. It was really excellent. I liked the presentations. I also liked the exhibitions. And the theme of the conference was, I think, timely: demystifying science, technology, and innovation for community development. So this needed to understand what science is all about, knowledge generation, and using the knowledge for development of our communities. The end result should be improving the well-being of our people. I like the dissemination conference because when we're discussing with the organizers, have the dissemination conference, and the STEAM Festival, and they agreed. And the presentations from the dissemination conference were largely a scheme. I think it was in 2018 when the University Council agreed to establish this competitive scheme in order that our members of staff can have some money to start doing research, to start addressing some of the problems that they identify in our communities. As a university, you must be doing research, you must be generating knowledge rather than consuming other people's knowledge. And the council agreed and introduced this competitive research. We did a lot of work in building the capacity analysis training sessions. Staff have benefited from this scheme. And so far, 175 have benefited from this scheme, which is quite commendable. Because we have staff, teaching staff population of about 430, and over 175 have gotten this support. Alongside that, we said we need to promote graduate programs, because many members of staff were saying, because as one of the requirements for you to get money for competitive research scheme, you had to have a graduate student attached to your project. Many staff were saying, but we don't have graduate programs, so where do we get students? And they can't borrow them from other faculties. So we started on a program, an ambitious program, to promote development of graduate programs. And that was a major shift in the mindset of the people, because we are coming from our historical roots of UPK and ITech, where we are all grounded in certificates and diplomas. And to get people to think differently is not easy. We are all comfortable in our old way of doing things. And when you introduce new things, we are all taken aback. We are here that, years, what are you doing? If you are tortured, you think the best way to do is to torture these people. But can we develop the capacity of our staff to supervise students, to find time for them, to read their documents, to be knowledgeable in the area in which they are doing research? Because if you are not knowledgeable, you are not going to help the student. So we've been doing that, and I think we have made some progress. We are starting to notice some outcomes. The publications coming out of the university have increased. But unfortunately, our members of staff prioritize publications rather than product development or IPs or intellectual property from their research. But development is it's a process. It doesn't come overnight. And as a result of these publications, many members of staff now, together with supervision of graduate students, have been able to be promoted to higher levels. I remember in the last cohort of promotions, I think we have promoted 2 people to full professors. We have promoted 6 people to associate professors. We have promoted about 14 to senior lecturers and about 19 to lecturers. So because of the work they are doing, they are being recognized and appreciated, and they are getting higher in their levels. Another outcome we have had our development of partnerships with industry, with other institutions, leading institutions of academia in other universities, to jointly write grants and apply for research money, and also to work with the industry to address their problems. Yesterday I took time to walk around and look at the posters. The ones from engineering were very interesting, because these are people in engineering, especially mechanical and electrical, who are working to address problems of the industry. And even the one on cassava by Judith Chasimre, trying to develop packaging materials from cassava waste, I think was very interesting as well, and other posters. So that means our culture is improving. Another area we need to really think about is product development. How can our research end up into a product? I was interested to note one of the projects we have in food science by one of our recently promoted associate professors, Nachisinje, I hope that's the name, who is producing egg powder. And I was asking her, who is going to eat egg powder when the egg is there? She was telling me the major people looking for that product are people in the baking industry. The powder is easier to use for baking, and you move on rather than going to beat the eggs here and there. And that's a product, it's on the market. So she is developing that product and making money from the industry. I hope you have an IP and some of the money will come into your pocket. We shall talk about that when we have some time. So as a university, we are moving in the right direction. I came in when there was a discussion on AI and competence-based education and training. These are all new challenges to us. We can't say that we have all the answers to them. But training keeps changing. Dr. Garwango, I remember in Makerere, the training in the College of Health Sciences, it should have been around 2010 to 2009. We are battling with them. They introduced what we call problem-based learning. I think that is in line with what you're talking about. And the professors in the medical school said, how can you produce a doctor without teaching them anatomy or physiology or biochemistry? And you think you are going to produce a doctor? No way. So it went on for some years. But to my amazement, the college has now reversed that type of training. They have said it is not giving students enough grounding in medicine. And the thinking now is different. So when you talk about competence-based education and training, this is a whole new animal in the education sector. And we all need to be guided, we all need to be trained, and we all need to appreciate that maybe it's the best way to go. I was talking to Professor Mugampoza there, asking, are our other East African countries using competence-based education and training? If not, are we the leaders and are they going to be following? But what I'm saying is, in agreement with what Professor Chazke said, we all need to be trained, we all need to be brought on board. Because even coming from secondary school, even the secondary school teachers don't appreciate it yet. The other day I got results of a senior 6 leaver, and I looked at them, I did not understand them. Me, I'm used to principle A, principle B, maybe a subseed, but here they were numbers, 1, 2, 3, and the grading was different. So I'm glad that we have a gentleman from CDC take back our message that these people in universities need to be trained, and immediately, because we are being directed that this must start in 2027. Talking about AI, this is another thing that is going to take us by storm, and we must all be prepared. Must have a clear AI policy as a university and as a country. How can we use AI for our benefit? The industries, I'm told, are already using AI, and they're improving their profitability. And if an industry is going to make more money from AI, there's no way we're going to take it out from them. But as a university, how do we encourage our students to use AI in a correct way, following the correct policies, so that they don't just go home to sleep and know, I will ask AI and AI will tell me. So as educators, I think we need to organize ourselves, inform ourselves about AI and what AI can do for us. I'm told there are lecturers who are preparing their lecture notes using AI, and then the students also do their assignments using AI. Everybody is in AI, so you don't know who is doing what. But we need to educate ourselves and inform ourselves and be able to guide our students. I want to end by thanking all those who participated in this conference as speakers and as exhibitors. I was mainly interested by the private sector involvement. There was a man there who is making cars and driving them around. They were saying you could sell us some cars to be able to transport our people with disabilities on campus. That looked very interesting. So I really would like to thank the exhibitors and the presenters for the work they did, and also those who are showing us products like beak, like the egg things. That is very encouraging, including the presenters of papers who did a lot of good work to prepare them, including the poster presentations I've talked about. Without forgetting the vocational students, those of cosmetology, who did a display here of their traditional wear. Lastly, I want to thank the organizers and Associate Professor Mugampoza. He has done this for 5 years, every year in, year out. I want to thank you very much for your resilience. And also Dr. Savannah. I had people calling her Dr. Steam. Very energetic young lady. When you are working with energetic people, they give you energy. I hear the young people saying they give you vibe. I think you are surprised that I know that word also. So they give you energy and encourage you to continue. Together with all the committees and the groups that were working with them and the student volunteers. I met a number of students who are volunteering and they were doing a very good job. I want to thank management who supported the idea of the Dissemination Conference and the STEAM, and also Council for giving support. Lastly, I want to thank the government of Uganda who continue to support the university. And I mentioned the other time that through the competitive research scheme, we had 1 billion shillings. The government gave us some extra money as well. But this year, government gave us 3 billion shillings. Add to the 1 billion, make it 4 billion. We were working with our managers to see how that money is utilized. The focus of that money is that we must develop a product. It's not just doing research and you publish. You must come up with a product. And that is going to be a challenge for many of us. And for those of you who have products or prototypes and you want some little money to top up, this is some money that you can access. With that, I want to really thank you, and thank you very much. And I want to take this honor and singular privilege to close this research dissemination conference and the 5th edition of STEAM. And may God bless you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor, for officially closing our Competitive Research Grants Dissemination Conference and the 5th edition of STEAM. And thank you so much for always sparing your precious time in your busy schedule to always bless our events. May we clap for Professor for always being there for us. Thank you so much. I invite my colleagues, Matson, to come and take over the awarding ceremony.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jennifer. Thank you so much, Professor, the Vice Chancellor of Kyambogo University, Professor Erika Tunguka, for these wonderful closing remarks. And without wasting much of your time, because we have already crossed the time for lunch, we are going into the awarding ceremony, and we shall try to be precise and brief. So I request that when your team is ready to come in front, you come as a team. Let's have one team, because we have short time here. There is another engagement coming through in a few minutes from now. And then when you come as a team, we shall take a picture with the Vice Chancellor and the team here. And then the certificates which are individualized or personalized will be given to you by your team leader. I think that one can work for the interest of time. So we have the organizing committee for STEAM. We can have the STEAM organizing committee, and DJ, it would be good. Yeah, just allow me to make some small amendment there. So I am told that our students of the Department of Cosmetology and Fashion have a short piece to present to us. And by the way, as they enter, so you can come and make a presentation, some slight change, make your presentation, and then we can get into the awarding ceremony a few minutes from now. Let's create a way for the Department of Fashion and Cosmetology. These students, I'm reliably informed that whatever you see them putting on, they make it for themselves. Can we clap for them? So it means if you have a function, you no longer have to be running to town, Yamaha Center and other buildings to look for the attire for the function. You can be able to approach them. They can be able to do for you good mushanana or chitenji for the function. Okay. So let's have this short piece of entertainment, and then we can wrap it up. I pray that you can be patient enough and see it off together. And then we go to the next segment of the event. Thank you so much.
Thank you. What's going on? Good morning.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, expected faculty, honored dean, respected head of department, and brilliant students at large, you are welcome. My name is Kajuba Patricia, a student of Kyambogo University, doing a bachelor's in fashion and cosmetology. To me here, I'm to introduce my dear students that are ready to showcase the evening wears that they made by themselves from the Department of Cosmetology and Fashion, the course of bachelor's in diploma, and the course is fashion and cosmetology, and the students are coming from bachelor's and diploma as well. So let the show begin. Thank you. DJ, give us some music as they come in. That is our model, number 17, showcasing her evening wear. As you can see, well accessorized, very confident and passionate. Thank you.
If you were hurt like I was before, ladies, go turn up your radio, 'cause I'ma sing this one for
vocational studies, Department of Cosmetology and Fashion, model number 16 comes in as well, showcasing her evening wear. Don't forget, these are students from Kyambogo University doing the bachelor's and diploma in fashion and cosmetology. Don't hesitate ordering from us, because they really know what you do. And for the cosmetology part of it, you are welcome for the makeup touches. That is model number 13, showcasing us as well. Very accessorized, very confident, nice smile and stylish mode. For the cosmetology part of it, you are welcome for the makeup touches, pedicure, manicure, and that is model number 3, showcasing her evening wear as well. Professional models from Kyambogo University. papers, you please write down your best model. The white papers that you've been distributed to, write down your best model. That is model number 22. Looking so smart, very demure in her evening wear outfit. That is model number 21, professing her evening black. Very confident, looking demure. This is a product of Kyambogo University. A big thanks to our Kyambogo, head of department, Dr. Akaponya Oben, and dear students for letting us down. Wow! Another model showcasing her evening wear, as you can see. Very smart. Please pay attention to detail. That is model number 2. You don't forget to write down your best model on the papers that you've been distributed to. Model number 14. Showcasing her short dress as well. Very passionate. Thank you. Big thanks to you all. Thank you for signing up for this fashion show. Let it be entertainment. Model number 7. Showcasing her pinch as well. Yes, evening wear. Don't forget it. Thank you, model number 7.
Just don't.
Yeah.
Speaking to the curve instead of giving in.
Wow. Model number 18. Wow. Thank you. Evening wear. Not forgetting these are our students. The Department of Cosmetology and Fashion, doing the bachelor's and diploma in cosmetology and fashion skills. They make these garments by themselves, so don't hesitate ordering with us. That is model number 23. Thank you. Very accessorized garments, very smart, very confident and passionate on what we're doing. Thank you. Some flowers for our models, please. Let us give them some energy. Model number 4, showcasing her evening wear as well. Well-matched colors, very well accessorized, and very confident. Thank you.
For the first time, deep inside, there's a rush, but a rush.
Model number 5,
There's a possibility
still on
that you
evening
would
wear.
ever feel the same way about me.
Love maroon
Just too
on her.
much,
Thank you.
just too much. Why do I keep running from the truth? All I ever think about is
Model
you.
number
You got me
26.
hypnotized, so mesmerized, and I just got to
Still on
know
evening
you.
Yeah. Louder.
Mosta.
Thank you. Model number 8, showcasing her white as well. Round dress, white in color, well matched with black, and well accessorized.
I guess I had to go to that place.
From Kyambogo University.
Now some of
Doing the
you
bachelor's
might still be in that place.
Psychology and fashion. Thank you, dear students. Another model comes in. Very nice catwalk. Looking smart. Well accessorized. Wow, love the confidence in her. Thank you. Let us see creativity flourishing from our dear students. Yeah.
Sweetheart,
See the
when the
elegance
sunlight's on your face,
unfold, the
hope that bed
creativity
can have its way
flourishing
today.
from our dear students. Evening wear. Don't forget to write model because at the end of the day, we shall be tallying for the best and present them to you. Model number 9, well matched language wise, evening well accessorized, very confident, and passionate. Thank you. This is why the icon of fashion is built. Another model comes in, well matched colors of black and gold, very much accessorized, very confident. Thank you, dear students, for working tirelessly to see all these perfect and credits. Thank you for making this showcasing easy and perfect. Another model comes in with a backcloth. Wow. Before the colonialists came in, it was what was being worn by the Bagandas. Yeah, thank you so much for the creativity. Please, I can see some creativity flourishing out of our students. Let us pay attention to detail and give some flowers as you enjoy it. It is really a great time. Thank you for turning up. Model number 26, still on the stand.
Here's another one, and another one.
Don't forget to write down your best model. Yeah. Great thanks to our lecturers, our Dean, Mr. Rukundo, and our Head of Department, Dr. Obed. Thank you so much. Model number 11. Still on the same, gentlemen. Model number 24 coming in, showcasing his evening wear, very smart and creative, then unique. Let us give him some flowers, please. I need to see some live from the audience. Hope we're enjoying what we're seeing. Okay, thank you. Model number 10 coming in still, showcasing his evening wear. Students of bachelor's and diploma in fashion and cosmetology, vocational studies, Department of Cosmetology and Fashion. Model number 12, showcasing his evening wear as well. Very unique, very confident. Yeah. Model number 13, showcasing his as well. Very unique ideas and very neat touches. Not forgetting they made these outfits by themselves, so don't forget to order with them just in case you may need any of this. And for the part of cosmetology, you are welcome for the makeup touches, pedicure, manicures, and massage. Thank you, dear models, for the presentation. They will be setting off the stage, ready for the next item. I remain Kajuba Patricia, a student from Kyambogo University, pursuing a bachelor's in cosmetology and fashion. Thank you for the opportunity granted.
Can we give them a big round of applause? Yeah. Thank you so much, our students. Indeed. What we are doing. Yeah. How is the guy of the back post? Can you clap for him? Taking us back to traditional kind of times. I can see some people having the answer obtain Z, which comes in our style. Yeah, thank you so much. And the faculty behind this, don't take you for granted. I'm advised that you are supposed to rank them. Be able to send in we are just pasobora. That's modeling, by the way. Some of you are getting to do things for the first time, but this is how modeling works. Yeah, the mixed edition. Dr. Savannah George Kora. Good. I need to be careful that I'm still on program. I may forget and see the models. Yeah, well done.
Master.
DJ Shinsky.
Dites-moi d'où il vient, enfin je saurai où je vais. Maman dit que lorsqu'on cherche bien, on finit toujours par trouver. Elle dit qu'il n'est jamais très loin, qu'il part très souvent travailler. Maman dit travailler c'est bien, bien mieux qu'être mal accompagné. Pas vrai?
Où est ton papa? Dis-moi où est ton papa? Sans même devoir lui parler, c'est ce qui ne va pas. Ah sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché?
Ça doit
faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai
continué.
Où t'es papa, où t'es? Où t'es papa, où t'es? Où t'es papa, où t'es? Où t'es? Où t'es papa, 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 où t'es?
Yeah. Good. Yeah. I think it is very right and justice that we give a round of applause to this team and appreciate their head of department, Dr. Kampumza Obed. Are you here, Dr. Kampumza Obed? Yes. Well done. Thank you so much. We appreciate the job well done that side. And we are getting into the last segment of this function, of this event. And we appreciate you for the patience and the wonderful participation we have had in these 3 days. So I request that we have Dr. Kalanda taking us through the assessment for the exhibitors and is leading the team of educators for the exhibitors. And as we finalize this segment, then we shall be able to start immediately with the awarding ceremony. Thank you. You should be able to read us the best 3 and then we can be able to start with that. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. I'll stand on the same protocol. Vice Chancellor, thank you so much for sparing time to be with us this afternoon. I worked with a team whom I would like to introduce to you. Dr. Doreen Mbabazi. Thank you so much. I'm Eric Douglas Kalanda. I also worked with Professor Bua Bosco, and he was leading our team. This year we had 36 participants, and in the following categories: computer and AI, design, and science in general. And we categorize the participants accordingly. But before I read the best, and the second, and the third, I want to make special recognition for Bushenyi Learning Center that has been with us since the first STEAM. This time round, Vice Chancellor, they came with 2 unique products. The first one was a malt-nutrient block that has the base of cassava. The big cassava that you saw on their table was meant to emphasize the use of alternative sources of food to animals so that we don't compete with them on maize. They also had an organically developed rooting hormone, which we thought was worth recognizing. Our students have been able to exhibit many things in those categories, but again we had to fight to make a choice of who was the best. The second runners-up are textile offcuts, repurposing, recycling, and reusing. That were tied up with paper recycling management. Then the second runners-up is AgriBuddy. AgriBuddy, this is an app that is very interactive for farmers and AI-powered. Instant answers to the farmers to guide them on whatever else they have to ask before they can go out to look for services. They can price, sell, and get extension services from the same app. We thought that was very extraordinary. The winner is wet spinning. Vice Chancellor, sir, this innovation is different in many ways. These students are coming up with biodegradable surgical suture. I know we all know they are absorbable or soluble surgical sutures, but this one is different. It's only using 2 ingredients, a gelatin and a PVA. Whereas the rest use silk, polyester, and collagen. If this student is well supported, he's going to be able to produce a biodegradable, biocompatible, non-immunological, and organic suture. Those of us who don't know what a suture is, if you have actually been operated before or gotten a wound, the things they use to tie the wound, to make sure that it is held together, or a cut, those are the sutures. We thought this was a very extraordinary innovation that is worth recognizing. I want to thank all the participants. It was not easy to come up with these 3, but you will all agree, if you have time and we'll go back, that you'll find some very unique concepts in these products. Thank you very much. I'm told to invite you. The winner, wet spinning. If he's around, please come. First runners-up, AgriBuddy. The second runners-up is a tie of textile offcuts and paper waste.
First runners will have the photo with the Vice Chancellor. You can stand there. We have the first runners, and then we kindly request you, Vice Chancellor and team, to step forward and recognize this. Your certificates of recognition will be handed over to you, but it's an important occasion that we salute you and you remember this kind of milestone. It is getting emotional, he's almost crying. Let's clap for him. Yes, the efforts of hard work. Hard work, thank you so much. Well done. Yeah. Everybody, are you done? Are you here? Yes. Now, the moment is done. Everybody, step forward for this important picture that you will need to remember. Yeah. You can have that certificate. It will be, yeah, we shall be able to work on that. And then the third runners. Yeah, the first team. Last team, are you here? Last team seems not to be here. Allow me at this moment to receive the organizing STEAM committee, the STEAM organizing committee, for the recognition for their efforts. And the STEAM organizing committee, the conference organizers, you can prepare, you should be coming in shortly after that. Dr. Kapumuza and his team. Second runners. Thank you so much, Professor and Dean, for that. Can we have the STEAM organizing committee? We have limited time. STEAM organizing committee. DJ, STEAM. Dr. Savannah, prepare to come from far a bit. Show us some vibes a bit. Don't just walk here. The STEAM, are you there? Yes, STEAM, let's give them some capella. STEAM, I see, but they have a certificate. Maybe they can get one for now, and then we shall be. Yes. Yes. Feel free to enjoy your efforts. STEAM, let's clap for STEAM.
21 to 23. We start at 9 o'clock.
They did have good vibes last time you showed us. STEAM, that's enough STEAM. The certificate for STEAM. Yes. This organizing committee for STEAM. We appreciate you so much, Dr. Savannah. Professor Mugampoza, we don't take your enormous support for granted. Well done.
So clean. The future
yes,
is
thank you
now
so much,
at
team.
scene.
The conference organizing committee. The conference organizing committee.
Come one time.
The conference organizing committee.
Time to shine. And that is scream. It's Kyambogo Festival.
Yeah, as you enjoy STEAM.
21 to 23.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to excuse me to leave because I have a delegation coming from Ghana coming to meet me in the next 15 minutes. So please allow me to leave, and I will leave everything to the organizing committee to handle. With that, I want to thank you very much, and may God bless you as you leave. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor, for honoring this STEAM event as we bring this 3 days event to the end. Can we have the conference team, organizing team for the conference, the research team? Yeah, Professor Obanda, allow me to inconvenience you and the entire team of professors here. Kindly, Professor Obanda. Yeah.
Idea so clean. The future is now
Yeah.
at the steam
So,
scene.
the organizing committee, Dr. Mukaraz, Dr. Kimuri, Dr. Wycliffe, thank you so much for the efforts. So let's clap for them, colleagues. Let's clap for them. Some flowers. Yeah, they did a commendable job. We thank you so much.
We start at 9 o'clock. Don't miss the future. Kyambogo non-stop.
Yeah, Dean, you can join the team probably here. Yes. Yeah. We are now going to have the best conference papers. So we have two categories here. We have the best presenter oral, and then the best conference poster. So in terms of the oral presentation, we have Dr. Dickson Mugerwa. Dr. Dickson Mugerwa. Can we clap for him? The design and development of an integrated tool for hands-on IoT interaction, project-based learning in embedded system. That is AI. Coming closer here. Dr. Dickson Mugerwa. Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Dickson Mugerwa and team. Dr. Juliet Chayesimira, the best poster presentation. Are you here? Dr. Juliet Chayesimira for the best poster presentation. Anybody to steal the show for her? Step in for her. Dr. Santa, she's here. Okay, good. Dr. Santa is here. Dr. Sio Santa is here. Thank you so much. Unlocking cassava waste for commercial packaging, resource mapping and value chains in Uganda. Thank you so much. Can we have the volunteers for the picture? The volunteers that have put this together, you have been running up and down. It's very important to acknowledge your efforts. The volunteers, the way they are working, they are used in a lot of but let them enjoy STEAM. The STEAM volunteers, thank you so much. Our students, thank you so much. And your certificates will be given to you individually for the tremendous efforts you have. Yes. You can dance, please. You have done a commendable job. This is the team of volunteers that have been running up and down to ensure that you can have a colorful event. We really appreciate you and we don't take your efforts for granted. Thank you so much.
Science and tech, we're bringing it live. Yes. Engineering, arts, field, the vibe.
Thank you so much. Forever remember this day. We have the models. The models, as Dr. Professor Banda, just a moment. We have the final one. The models have been ranked and also you awarded them marks. The best winner, hello, Sima Shanisi Birungi. That is the best model in terms of the ladies category. Sima Shanisi Birungi. Yeah, akana kamodo. Mukakubira mungalo z'amanyi. Yes. Passionate, confident. Here is Mr. Igeji talking about the confidence that you must really come with, the energy. Nasari Clear. Please don't get tired. Professor, don't get tired. We have 3 more to go. Clear, Nasari, Kipute. Nasari, let's clap for her, let's clap for her. Well done, well done. And then Situma Vanessa. That is the category of ladies. Situma Vanessa. Yes, yes. Can we clap for Vanessa? And remember to pick the number for some attire, not for other issues. Well done, Vanessa. Dr. Kajala, are we clear? Category for men, just last one category for men. Jingo Bashir. Jingo Bashir.
You belong to me,
Jingo Bashir.
and I belong to our.
Please, if you take a certificate and it's not yet,
they say love is blind, but I didn't
Jingo
see
Bashir.
your eyes.
like your confidence, Bashir. We clap for him. Chibirango Gabriel Ogal. Chibirango Gabriel Ogal. Now you are becoming personal there.
Personally, I rock your body. I promise you go home, you won't tell daddy. I give it to you like you never had it. Screaming, churching, like spitting cherries. Now waiting me this, like a boom boom. Waiting I see.
Well done, Kibirango. Can we have Woge Arnold? Woge Arnold.
When I see you
Woge Arnold.
dancing, you got me high.
Woge Arnold.
If you wanna try, begin good day tonight.
Can we have all the models coming through and have a picture for this? To remember them this for the milestone reached and the work well done. And model, show us what you have as you come. I hope you know how to do it. Take it personal. The models. Professor, show us what you have.
Get me one physically. So give it to me, radically.
Well done.
Emotionally,
We can be able to come this side and
biologically, sexually, dramatically. And she talks so she know one leave. I know go lie.
We can be able to join through this side. Be able to fit in the picture. Can we have some of them in front and they do some squatting? After here, we are going for lunch. And I hope you have been guided. You have received the coupon where we are going to have lunch. Yeah. We also have lunch served at the extreme end of the tent. Be able to walk there and have some lunch. On your budget. Yeah, that's good. And ladies and gentlemen, the function is already officially closed. We want to thank you for your participation, for your patience, the organizing team, and everybody that has participated. Salute you all. My name is Matsuna Inumusha. I work in the Department of Maths and Statistics. Let's enjoy our lunch. See you at the next Team Festival, 6th edition. DJ, over to you. If you wish to sleep here and enjoy, it's upon you. Ours is done. Yeah, that is the music we dance when we talk about in 1986, so you can enjoy it.
This festival empowers researchers to tackle real public interest issues, from artificial intelligence and education to practical space science and strategies to fight climate change.
Having a high-profile chief guest makes it even more special. It's a powerful platform. This promotes greater appreciation and real-world application of science, technology, and innovation for community development. Come and be part of it.